Can't hear you, Samson.
Wow, this is already off to a great start, isn't it?
Hey, there you go.
Good Lord.
That's chaos.
It's chaos
theory.
Yeah.
Ah, I see what you did there. All right. Oh, well, hey, speak of the devil. All right.
Fashionably late. Oh, we're live. Wow, I really messed up this time.
Oh, yeah, all 2 minutes of it, dude. Well, anyway, welcome in, folks. This is Monsters with Attitude, and this is the Jurassic Park 30-year celebration stream. Oh, man, 3 decades of dinos. And, man, I'm excited. This movie holds a very strong spot in my heart because me and JP celebrated birthday together. What? I can officially say I'm 2 years older than Jurassic Park. I am older than Jurassic Park.
Damn.
To the day. To the day. Yes, sir. And we have some awesome folks with us today. All right, everybody. So you know who I am. I'm Samson West. I'm the ridiculous, goofy guy that you love to hate. And to my left, I believe, if I'm doing directions right, everybody, let's introduce ourselves. Sir?
All right, Nick Adam from the Monster Report, and I'm a bit older than Samson West, and a bit, at least 11 years older than Jurassic Park, apparently. So I must be the old guy in the group. So, but that's okay. I got to see this one in the theater, so yeah, there's another special place in my heart too.
All right, I'm
even further to the left.
Hey, I'm Adam Griffin. I'm the Thursday Toys guy with the drinks. And I love how many of us I know a lot of us are here with like the Godzilla fan, but how much overlap there is with that and Jurassic. So this is awesome.
Oh, I would have never been able to tell that you're into Jurassic Park. I don't see it. And below me is I can't do it the way he does it. Just go for it, man.
Oh, of course, it's Cody from Cody's Kaiju Customs, and today I get to talk about the Spinosaurus, the king of the dinosaurs.
All right, how do I boot? Let's see. Ban. Immediately boot and ban. Where is it?
I'm the baby of the group. Jurassic Park is definitely.
There's no escape.
Yeah. See, I saw Jurassic Park 3 in theaters as a baby, as a child. So like, it's my yeah. See, look at all that Spino love in here.
Spino Squad.
I love it.
They keep changing the way that it looks. Like every time we dig up new fossils, like, hang on, we got to change the way that it is.
They keep making them bigger too. He's like, yeah, now he's 60 meters long.
And to Cody's left is
I'm Joe Myers. I do Married to Kaiju, the rudest, crudest way you'll see videos and toku collected, unboxed, and reviewed. But I got a lot of cool stuff, so check me out. I do everything one take. I don't edit. I don't know how to do it. I don't have time to learn. But like I said, I got a lot of cool stuff. So thanks for having me on, guys.
Oh, absolutely. I'm looking forward to this. This, again, movie holds a very soft, good, epic, just spot in my heart. My parents took me to theaters when I was 2 years old. I was 2. They were like, all right, what's a good 2 years old for his birthday? Let's just go see some clever girls chomping down on khaki short wear. Anyway, so I guess let's just go ahead and dive in with the question. So I put together this little slideshow video type thing where each question is going to pop up one at a time. Whoa, not that fast.
You.
Too close, too fast. All right. So first question of the night. Let's go. Okay. Since I'm the host, I'll go last. So directly below me, if you remember, or it doesn't technically have to be this exact question. What was your first exposure, or what's your most your first memory of seeing this film? If you can remember.
Can definitely remember this one. Like I said, I was about 10, 11 years old when this came out. And I just know we were on a family vacation. And, there's a new dinosaur movie on the big screen. So I love dinosaur movies. We're going to check this movie out. Jurassic Park. Steven Spielberg. How can you go wrong? And there we are in the theaters. I can't remember what city it was that we saw it in the theaters, but I do remember how firm those armrests were during the T-Rex attack, when the kids are just about to get eaten, and you're just like, I mean, it's not a cute little dinosaur movie anymore. It's so in your face, so real. And it's like, my parents and my brothers around me, it's just, You okay, man? Yeah. This is great movie. But it's like, I related with the kids because I'm about close to their age at that time. And I was like, putting myself in the position of where they were, trying to, understand how I would react to this. And so, yeah, on the big screen, but that didn't scare me away from it because I at least saw it 3 more times after that. And we have a local drive-in, believe it or not, still running to this day, and got to see it. And that was actually an interesting experience too, seeing it outdoors, in the outdoor environment and all of that. So that was a pretty cool experience as well. So yeah, that was my first exposure to the big dinosaurs of JP.
It would have been even more perfect if at like the drive-through, if it was raining.
Oh yeah.
If like rain was like coming down on the windshield and you're just like,
Storm. Out of the background is some T-Rex, lightning strikes and you see the silhouette.
Oh, that would be such a great prank if like the guy running the theater did something like he just had like a basic like just little cruddy cut out of a T-Rex and he just shines a flashlight on it and just on the back of kids' cars and stuff.
Just trying to miss y'all.
That's great. Adam, go for it, man.
Oh yeah, I was 5, and I remember seeing it in theaters, sitting on my dad's lap, and most of the movie, all the human stuff, all the dialogue, just washed over me. I'm 5, none of it. It's just the dinosaurs. I remember that being like the greatest thing I'd ever seen at that point. But I remember sitting on my dad's lap, and it's the scene where Dr. Sattler is in the bunker, and Mr. Arnold's arm gets her on the shoulder. And then she turns, and I remember my dad putting his hands over my eyes. And I remember, like, I knew it was fake. And I remember putting his hands back over his eyes. I remember feeling his glasses. And that night, so my brother, he's 4 years older. We both dreamed about the movie. But he dreamed that, like, we were both in our house. And he dreamed that raptors were coming in, like, trying to get into the house. And he like woke up in a panic. And I remember dreaming that there was a T-Rex out the window, and that was amazing. So totally different takeaways from that.
Oh, and by the way, what you're very well known for, what are you sipping on? What is your Jurassic juice this evening?
Yeah, so that was is one of the drinks I made a while back. I called it the Explorer 4. And it was, I can make another one later. But it was yellow faded to green with then like the red stripes and the red on the bottom to match the upside down Explorer.
I like that.
Yeah, the yellow to green to the red.
That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
Very cool.
I love that. That's great.
It was fun.
All right, Joe.
So I was like maybe like 4 or 5, I think, probably 4 when the movie came out. So I didn't see it in theaters, but I got it on VHS. If you younglings know what that is.
What?
Younglings?
Yeah, right. Maybe 2 years or so after it came out. So, and I'd never seen it, never heard about it. I kind of live out in the middle of the boonies, like farm town. Not really close to anything, especially at that time. So I was like, oh, well, dinosaurs, I love it. And we put it in with my friends that got it for me for my birthday, and I was mesmerized by it. Loved it immediately, terrified of it immediately, but I will never forget the Jurassic Park or the T-Rex escape part. And attacking the Jeep, I mean, that'll stick with me forever. I love that, and I like a lot of the sequels too. But I think the first one will always hold a special place. It left memories with me for years to come. For sure.
Lasting imprint, right?
Yeah, exactly.
A lasting footprint, I should say.
Yes, exactly.
Awesome. All right, Cody, you're up.
So since I am such a baby, Jurassic Park 1 came out not way before, but 3 years before I was born. And then I was
call me old
when 2 came out. So my dad, I'll never forget, took me to see Jurassic Park 3, fell in love with it. And then every weekend that I had with him, I would come over and he'd be like, all right, do you want a toy or do you want to go get a movie? I'd always get both because I was spoiled. But we would always go to Blockbuster, and I was like, hey, like, this is Jurassic Park 2. But, you know, it was Jurassic Park 1. I was like, I want to run it. And I was like 6. And I was like, oh, like, the T-Rex was cool. It wasn't just like a pushover dinosaur. It was really cool. So I watched number 3 in the theaters and fell in love with the franchise, and then went back and grew up with 1, 2, and 3. So it was nice. It was nice. But I think that's why I have such a soft spot for 3.
Hey, that makes sense because I mean, that's what you were introduced to first, so you kind of hold a nostalgic spot for that in your heart more than anything. But I love that you're like, oh wait, so because yeah, in the third movie he does not last long. Man.
No,
T-Rex gets just immediately disqualified from the film.
I thought the Spinosaurus was like the main character of the franchise, so I was kind of disappointed in the first one. I was like, where's the big guy? Where's the big guy? But, you know, then I fell in love with the T-Rex. Even in 2, I really enjoyed it. And the Raptors as well. So it was really opened my eyes because I had loved dinosaurs previously. My dad would always rent me the Land Before Time movies. And then some other like Land Before Time ripoff with some ducky. All I can remember is this yellow ducky looking dinosaur. I don't remember what it was, but I loved them. So I've always had a very, very fond memory with dinosaurs growing up. And I'm wearing dinosaurs. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, wait. Sorry. I just took away from you.
Yeah. Everyone, look at my handsomeness. Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. Them dinosaurs, son.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs. I love me some dinosaurs.
All right. So, as I said, I was born June 11th of 1991, and it came out June 11th of 1993. My parents... I don't remember exactly seeing it myself personally, but they took me to the theater at 2 years old to see that film. But oddly enough, I do for some reason have a very vivid memory of Christmas of that year. At 2 years old, I have a vivid memory because by then the movie was out for home video and of course VHS tape because nobody knew what a DVD was yet. And I wish I still had it. I have a very vivid memory of Christmas morning and my parents opening up something for my grandmother, and it was a copy of the original Jurassic Park on VHS. Very bare bones. It's just the Jurassic Park logo in the center with a solid black background. The whole VHS case was black, and it said something 65 million years in the making. And I watched that basically on repeat for my entire childhood. I would pop that in and press play and be doing whatever, skittling around, being on the floor, doing stupid things, and then it would be over, and then I would like click stop, rewind, wait for it to be done, and click play again. And just so my parents, they got to see it probably more than I did because I'm just like I was a kid and I was just running around on the floor doing things while I was playing in the background. But every once in a while, that infamous scene, the T-Rex breakout scene, which is the probably most iconic scene of the whole film. That's where the first true terror of the film gets unlocked in our memories. And I stop everything I'm doing, just watch. And it's a pretty terrifying scene to this day. Yeah, I mean, nobody can argue that the T-Rex is not one of the most impressive feats of the entire film, creating and animating and making that thing come to life the way it did. So that was basically mine. Even though I don't fully remember, I just kind of remember. All right. Question 2. Well, this answer might be kind of obvious for some, but again, we'll go in order. Nick, you're up.
All right, I'll keep this short. I did collect the original collectibles as a kid. I do remember the small raptor that when you bent his legs back, he would scream out. And Adam probably even has that. I don't know. So
it's up there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have none of that still. My brother probably still kept some of that, but I was not, big into collecting that stuff. We had a few things. It was all fun, but growing up, I wanted to kind of focus on a few IP, and Jurassic Park just wasn't one of them. As you can see, it's mostly kaiju, and Motu, and so I kind of focused on that. But you know, Jurassic Park is great, and of course, you know, if there's some hyper realistic statues out there now that someone would give me, of course, I would not turn it down because that would be incredible. But at the same time, there's only so much shelf space. Some of you guys can relate. It's like, do you want to start getting into a new IP to collect? Do you want to start getting into Star Wars or another whatever kind of thing? And it's like, there's only so much room. So I've kind of steered away from that, though I have dabbled in the idea that I'd pick up some of the dinosaurs from the Valley of Guanji and Harryhausen, because love Harryhausen. So if there was some of those figures out there, I know that I'm probably going to be picking up a Rhedosaurus here soon. So of course I'm still a fan of the dinosaurs and all that, but it's like, you know, collectibles, I've just kind of stayed clear of that. But I will say this, I thought it was really cool that how did they differentiate their collectible dinosaurs, their IP from the other generic dinosaurs that were out there. And you guys know they put AP symbol on to make sure that everyone realized that this is the authentic thing. And that was kind of a cool way of saying, you know, if you're the cool kid on the block, you've got the real deal. You've got the real Jurassic Park toys, and you know, not the plastic, you know, posers that are out there, the ripoffs, the knockoffs, and just the generic dinosaur that's kind of out there. If you wanted the real T-Rex, the real Raptor, you've got to get the JP. And of course, some of the human characters, I remember having them and seeing, you know, having, I think Ellie Sadler had like a cage with a like Brontosaurus or something in it, and it was like, what, you know, little thing like that. Why is she walking around with one in captivity like that? But you know, they were cool figures actually, and I, you know, wouldn't mind maybe seeing, you know, a collection like that, a collection video of all of that again.
Oh man, those original Kenner toys, they were and I mean, they still, Adam, you could probably I don't know how much they cost right now, but well, hey, you know, it's actually your turn. So,
oh well, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can't. I mean, the JP on them.
There it is. Yep.
Just
had that
seeing
one.
that, like, it's the
I
real
had that
deal.
one. Ugh.
Oh, that's a memory for sure.
That's the original.
Yeah,
one
I mean,
too, right?
I could spend the next 3 hours answering this question. So, short answer, yes to everything and all of it. I've got a ton of stuff. I love movie props and replicas and stuff. So this, I'm going to show this one off. This is not just a Barbasol can.
Oh, does it?
Oh, man. Oh my
Wow.
God.
Dude, that's gold.
Yeah, it was like at the time I was like, this is I've never spent this much on stuff, and then, you know, we go and collect Sofubi and stuff, which puts this to shame. But
Security
yeah,
can check it
like,
if they want to.
like Nick was saying, there's only so much shelf space, and the Jurassic figures have like literally a large footprint, and you know, they take up so much space, and I'm juggling Godzilla, Jurassic, Transformers. Those are the big three things that just take up all my space. So as much as I want so much of it, and there's so much more coming out, and it's amazing that what Mattel is doing with the license now, especially with like the '93 classic line. Yeah, it's really hard to be selective with this. How much of the original stuff, how much of the new stuff can we afford to house? So yeah, there's just amazing stuff out there.
Now I know where those embryos got to. Adam picked them up.
That's how you can afford all this stuff. Okay. Oh my God, that's wild. I love that so much. Yes, you have a impressive collection. I mean, me and you have been talking recently, and I'm enamored at what you got, because it's not my turn yet. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, we'll come back.
Joe, what do you know?
Sorry, I just had a sneezing fit there. So I don't have any of the original stuff from the first Jurassic Park anymore. I did when I was a kid. I had a few from The Lost World, and the majority of them from Jurassic Park 3. But like I said, I was real young, like when all of those were coming out, so I was like playing with them and at the beach and in the mud, and they all got ruined and stuff. But and I don't really collect them too much now. I do have a few things over my shoulder that you can see of like the newer stuff, the Spinosaurus, because he's my favorite. I have a few different iterations of the T-Rex. The Indominus is right there. I have like the big Brontosaurus or Brachiosaurus, and this T-Rex, which is cool. And then as far as like original when they came out, I actually just picked these up like a month or two ago. It's the Spinosaurus and Amanda Kirby from Jurassic Park 3.
Oh my god, I remember that.
Yeah. And
The miniaturized of
yeah, the miniaturized, yeah, exactly. And the Junior Rex from the Lost World with like the broken leg.
Oh yeah.
God, I remember that too.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. So I'm kind of like what the other guy said. Like my main focus is Godzilla. Second is like Power Rangers and Super Sentai. So that's kind of I had to decide a few years ago to stop collecting other things like Transformers or some anime stuff like that.
Oh my god, are you okay?
Me?
Yeah. Just to
Yeah, what?
stop collecting? No, oh my god.
No. Yeah, no, it's just because of like room and funds and stuff like that. However, if something comes out that really catches my eye, I'll still get it. And that's kind of why I picked up like the Junior Rex and the Spino. I go to a lot of different toy shows and stuff throughout the year. So if something's there that like is reasonably priced and it really catches my eye, I will pick it up, but it has to be for the right price because the majority of my collection is, like I said, Godzilla and Power Rangers. But I'm not opposed to collecting the Jurassic Park. Like I said, it just has to catch my eye. I'm not a completionist when it comes to Jurassic Park.
No, I totally feel that. It would be very select. I couldn't be like I need every single dinosaur ever in every Jurassic Park anything. It would just have to be the ones that I really truly like.
Right.
But again, not my turn yet. Cody.
Yeah, shut up. So growing up spoiled.
I have control over you. You know that, right?
Growing up spoiled and loving Godzilla and loving dinosaurs. I still have, they're just not currently at this house. When I moved out, I took all the Transformers, I took all the old Godzilla stuff, and I took all the Jurassic Park stuff and put it in the bins, just left in my dad's basement. But I can just think off the top of my head, the classic T-Rex where you can remove his ribs and you press the little button and makes the sounds. And then the T-Rex that goes with him, and then the slightly rubberized one. I loved the bigger figures. I never really had the smaller, like, human and raptor set. If it was big and looked mean, I was like, Dad, I need it. Please, I'm not going to shut up until you buy me it. And then he did. But currently, I don't have anything else in this house besides Godzilla. Like, there's not enough room in this home. Like, no way. If I would do something third, like, besides Godzilla, it would be the third-party Transformer stuff. Like, I'm a sucker, but I can't see myself collecting Jurassic Park stuff again. That ship sailed. Love the movies, but like, I don't know. I don't think it fits the vibe having a bunch of dinosaurs in the house. As I have a bunch of dinosaurs.
Currently you're like,
yeah, but he's on fire. He's on fire.
Uh-huh.
It's different.
That's too funny. Somebody in the comments, where was it? Remember our friend Fascist Cat? Yeah,
Fascist Cat. What up?
Fascist Cat, welcome back.
Fascist Cat, fanciest of cats. I'm pretty sure he was talking to Adam when he said, "Show the T-Rex with that sweet slab of meat you can remove from its ribs." Yeah, it's that one, right? Is that what that one is?
Me? I thought that was that Cody? I mean, I think I have it. Well, give me a second.
It's old. Yeah.
I thought it was that one that's already right behind you over your right shoulder.
No, it wasn't as posable as that one.
This one?
You're right. Your right shoulder. Or am I doing this wrong? Is it
I've got the Carnotaurus there. There's the Allosaurus from Lost World.
Yeah, I mean over your left shoulder. The one where you have the T-Rex right in front of your
with this piece that comes out.
The other side.
The real colored T-Rex to the other side.
Your red Rex in front of the Jeep. Yeah.
Yeah, none of these have like battle damage.
Okay.
But let me grab. I think I know. Give me.
I think I know exactly what you're talking about too, fascist
It
kid.
would have been the original Kenner toys. Yeah, they had the battle damage. It was the skin that removed to reveal the ribs. It wasn't like you removed the ribs, but it was definitely the skin, a section of skin.
It was the red open boxes, right? They had no plastic over them. It was always the open box. It was always the open cartridge ones. Yeah. I vividly remember those lining up Toys R Us.
Oh my God, they had that. The ones I can vividly remember from my childhood. There was the T-Rex with that red paint scheme. There was the Triceratops with
I never had the red
green.
T-Rex.
I had the red T-Rex.
I always had the real color, the brownish one, like over his left shoulder. That's the ones I always had.
This one?
That's the one.
And then you pop that part off, and you got ribs.
Oh,
that's different. That is not.
And then you pop the ribs off, and then you got guts.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh wow!
And also,
I don't remember that one at all.
And then
anatomy dinosaurs.
You can take the leg off, and there's more guts.
Oh wow!
Dang, no way! I just remember the original Kenner stuff where the T-Rex.
I gotta find it now. I'm
collect them all, kids. You can play with guts.
I know it's not.
Right?
I know it's not a Mandela effect. I know.
No. We all know that we're thinking of the same thing.
Yeah.
Again, as far as I can remember, it was the red paint scheme T-Rex, the Triceratops. And they all had that, like they could get that thick piece of skin chunk that could remove, and you could see its ribs on its side. And the thing was made of like super rubber, and if you played with it enough, the rubber would fall apart, and it was like you could get to the foam on the inside of the thing and just like utterly destroy it. Because believe me, I do not have it anymore. So I don't have any of my original Jurassic Park stuff, but I do have a little something over here. What could this be?
I was gonna ask if you'd opened it yet.
Oh, we bought something just for the stream. What a trooper!
Kind of, maybe, sort of. So, again, don't have any original stuff, but as far as new stuff goes, well, I'll show you guys in a moment. And let me see if I can get this sucker open in a reasonable amount of time. But to speak about the things that are out now, you have all the awesome Hammond collection figures, Amber collection figure. Like those are the ones to get. There's a lot of is Kenner? Are they currently, Adam? Are they currently making the newer Jurassic Park cheaper toys as well? That you can get at Target and whatnot.
Mattel.
What was I saying?
Yeah.
Kenner? Yeah, Mattel.
It's all Mattel.
That's right. God, I've been saying Kenner this entire time. It shows what I know. Oh man,
wish we had a company like Kenner still around.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Kenner Trendmasters.
This came from the man himself in our chat today. So, sir, thank you so much. This is exciting.
Birthday.
Yes, thank you. It's a birthday gift to me.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, me. I love me. All right. So, what we got right here. Oh man. Oh, this is bad. Oh. Got to keep it PG. I'm very bad at it. This is, and you threw in a little extra, man. So we got a Velociraptor.
Ooh.
With it's the paint and color scheme of the original Raptor from the first film. Oh man. And this is from something called the Amber. I didn't even know this existed until like just recent time. So the Amber collection. So there's the Hammond collection, and there's the Amber collection. So I'm like, what? Whoops. Well, there goes all the cool extras.
Are these supposed to be like fancier?
I mean, yeah, this thing is really, it's super articulated. It's really, there's a lot of articulation. It's pretty darn accurate to the way he looks in the film. I mean,
okay.
This thing chomps.
Ooh.
I love, oh man, if you close it all the way, but just a little bit of a snarl right there. And am I wrong? Do the toes tap? Oh my God, they do. The little.
Oh yeah, dog. Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome.
On the kitchen floor as he's hunting down kids or she's hunting down kids.
Yeah.
Clever girl.
Clever girl.
Oh my god, this thing's so great. There are way more expensive figures out there, like the Prime One Studios. So how does this base work? Does it sit on it or something?
There should be another piece that plugs in, like a clear.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. It's in the packaging. Okay, excellent. And I accidentally dropped the nice little extras that you included. So y'all talk to each other while I find them.
I was going to ask, actually, Adam, who all toy companies have the license? Obviously, we got Mattel, but is there additional companies that have the license?
Yeah, I mean there are. I've seen a lot of statues, like Samson was saying that there's Prime One, but as far as I'm aware, only Mattel has the license to make like the detailed articulated stuff. I haven't seen those from anything else. Like, I mean, we have, like Monogram is making the bag clips, and there's all sorts of smaller things from other companies, things that are more stylized, all sorts of other products, cups and whatnot. But as far as figures go, I think Mattel really has a hold on that, which is why we have things like the Amber collection and now the Hammond collection that's geared more towards the collectors with the theoretically better detail.
Oh, there's another Raptor right there on your shelf.
Yeah. Raptor Brothers.
And thank you so much for the opportunity. This is so great.
Yeah,
oh, man.
I'm glad it went to a good home.
So is there any like X plus level options for this for the
like Mondo
Jurassic Park stuff?
Oh, Prime One.
You know what I mean? Okay, well I feel like Prime One we're skipping the $200 range and going right to $1,000.
That's kind of.
I think X Plus has actually been teasing some, haven't they?
Ooh.
Didn't they tease? It was at the last Wonderfest was. I think they had
they're
some
kits or something, aren't they?
Yeah. Let me see. X Plus.
Hey, Aaron's in the chat. Oh, and I meant to say, I should have done this at the very beginning. Thank you to all the awesome viewers out there for chiming in. God, there's so many folks that I could we got Oscar, our man Adrian's in the chat, Mr. Godzilla Train himself. Who's this fella right here? Mr. Thirsty something or another. Michael, Facebook user. Oh, that's a pretty familiar name. We see that one quite a bit. Godzilla fan freaks. Adrian again. Gojira 851. Fascist cat. I can't help it. Kaiju Live. Hey guys. Oh man, Nathaniel. The other host himself, Mr. Michael. Hope you're doing all right. All right.
Hi, Michael.
My boy Enfield. He's a veteran of my Twitch streams. Thanks for popping in, buddy. Oscar. I think I already called him out. Let's see. And who have I not said? Moomin. She's another veteran of my Twitch streams. Thanks for popping in. Oh man, and I think that now I'm just seeing repeat names. Yeah, yes. Oh, again, Aaron himself. So thank you everyone that's here. Hope you're having a good night. Hope you're having a good time. Hope you're enjoying your Jurassic June so far. Oh, and I found the little things. This little itty bitty T-Rex, and the mouth barely opens and closes. Just this little tiny. And then this cool little chibi T-Rex.
Neat.
Oh, who did you say this was made by? You showed another one a second ago.
That's that one is Funko.
That looks like Funko to me.
Funko. Okay. All right. Neat.
And I was looking through the chat, and I stand corrected. So Oscar and Gojira 851 said it wasn't the Allosaurus, it was the junior T-Rex with the exposed ribs.
Oh.
I completely. That's the one. Mine it has a little more battle damage unintentionally.
Oh, I used to have that.
Yeah, this got so much use as a kid that the arm like fell off. But yeah,
that's unfortunate. So it's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I can't find the piece. This poor thing.
Oh man, sorry, I'm making a lot of noise, but this is cool.
Do it. Yeah, do it.
I found the so you pop this bad boy into place, and you pop this into her gut, and then she can sort of, if I can get it right. Oh, Then she stands on this neat little base.
Cool. That's very cool.
Oh, the eyes are awesome. That ridiculous cat eye look. I can't believe. Yes, the toes move. That's so sick. That one singular claw. That's so great. Oh, I love it. So as far as so that answers your question for one thing. I love this. I have been keeping a close eye on the Prime 1 stuff. There's some really sweet stuff out there. But again, Cody's not wrong. Those things are in the high triple digit range. God, I think the Prime 1 Velociraptor's $700, $800. The T-Rex.
Yeah, but there's like no $200 options for any of this. It's either like a $60 toy you find at Target or like an absolute insane detailed statue, which is, I guess that's fine. But for a collector like me, it's like, well, I don't want anything that's like cheap, but I'm not in love with it, like the collecting wise aspect for Jurassic Park. So I'm not going to drop $1,000 on something. So for me, it's just everything's just kind of hands off for it.
Did you guys see that like 12-foot bust of the T-Rex that they're coming out with?
I guess it's photoshopped.
Oh, was it?
I guess it's huge, but it's not that huge.
I saw it, and my wife and I are sitting on the couch, and I look at her. I'm like, "You need to have like a pole barn to like display this. Like this, like who could buy that?
Like you couldn't even get it into your basement. You don't like. No one has walls big enough to get it down. Like it was ridiculous. I saw a rumored price of $2,000, so it can't be more than a couple feet.
I mean, it's cool, but I'm saving my money for Spiral.
I feel that.
The Spiral dress. Wait, does Spiral make Jurassic Park? Or are you talking about Godzilla?
No. Sorry, yeah, no, like the Godzilla stuff. That's going to be.
Well, Spiral's also doing. I think it was a Giga and maybe something else.
I was gonna say I just seen there because they did like a spreadsheet of everything they had, and it's like Legacy series, and then something else series, and they have a couple dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
Who
else is really upset at the fact that it's not Giganotosaurus, it's Giganotosaurus? I was like, are you kidding me? That's how you pronounce it? Why isn't it
8-year-old me is very, very pissed about it.
Right.
Or even Giganotosaurus. I mean, come on. So disappointing. Oscar is saying in the chat there's an Indominus Rex bust on Big Bad Toy Store. But that's not the movie we're talking about. All right, on to question next one. 3, I think.
Or the accent one.
Who's this stranger I've never met in my life?
I don't know. He's gonna do something.
Do things.
Oh, bye. No, he scared him. So, hey!
All right.
There is our other guest of the evening.
Here he is.
Welcome in.
Here he is. How do I sound? I'm going to sound a little rough. My microphone is unable to be attached.
Dude, you sound fine. I mean, your audio sounds clear and clean. You're good.
Okay, good. Here, I'm Wilsoning right now. Here we go.
This conversation, it's right up your alley.
Yes, I would say so. Hi, everybody. I'm glad I made it. Hi. Oh, I'm big now. Hi, everyone. Don't look.
Yes, there you are.
Yes.
Well, since you're here, we can maybe speed round you through the first, because we're only on the third question.
Yeah.
The first question was, what was your first exposure to the film, if you remember, or just your most memorable, like, first experience, if you even can go back that far?
Oh, I definitely can. I saw this film. So I am the same age as this film. This film is like, I don't know, 3 months younger than I am. So I like to tell people I came out the same year Jurassic Park did. And I obviously didn't see it when I was an infant. The first time I remember seeing it was in a hotel room when I was maybe 4 or 5 years old while we were on vacation, and having my jaw just distend off of my skull because of how amazing it was. And almost all of my memories are associated with this tape. I still have
That's the one I was talking. Okay, I mentioned that earlier when I was talking about my first memory. It's that one. It's that one
Yes.
right there. Ah.
Yep. I think I'm frozen.
Oh, you are.
Oh, good. You got me in a
What a-
really compromising position.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a very
that's a good one to be frozen on.
thumbnail. No, that's a good
Screenshot,
look.
screenshot.
Shot,
Wow.
shot. Somebody screenshot that.
Yep,
Right,
screenshot it now. Embarrass me. Do it.
We're gonna make that the thumbnail of the whole video when this is over.
God, I hope so. That's
Got
what I
it.
get for, that's what I get for jumping on late. Wow.
Well, maybe it'll if we're not having you full screen, it'll come back to no. But anyway, so I interrupted you to the extreme. So you said that when you were younger.
That face. Oh, my tape. I love you so. No, I just that's about it. I remember being about as blown away as everybody else was at the time of this movie. Just, I mean, what can you say? That I'm going to assume you guys have already covered the awe and the majesty and the fact that nothing like this had ever been seen before. Blah blah blah. It hit me all in the same way. And this movie is kind of an interesting milestone with me because I'm the same age it is, right? So where I go, it goes, which is right now my cheek, clearly. That one specific cheek.
Just that very particular cheek.
That one,
Life finds a way.
That one specific cheek. But yeah, one of my favorite films of all time, a movie I can quote endlessly, a film I adore, all that good stuff. I bet that about covers question number one. And then the other one was about the toys, yes?
Yes, it was. Do you have any original stuff, or are you interested in buying any of the newer stuff that's coming out like currently?
I have very few original Jurassic Park. That didn't work. I tried. Very few original Jurassic Park things. I do have the water squirting Dilophosaur.
Show it.
Which I got.
Show it. How? Hang on, Cody. Me, we're talking. Or not Cody. I'm sorry, Adam and me. We're talking about that. Oh, Adam's muted for some reason.
Adam,
Did I
you're
do-
muted.
Hang on, I'll unmute him. Oh, I can't.
Oh, I forgot I was muted. This one?
Oh my god, yeah. In the
That's-
frill.
that's the one.
I forgot. Did you say you have the frill somewhere, or is that gone?
That was the electronic one.
That's a different one. Yeah, this one
Yeah.
didn't have a
Wait,
frill.
I thought that one came with a removable frill. Did it not?
Nope, I don't think so.
Oh.
Not this one.
I got mine loose at a church yard sale when I was like 8 or 9 years old. So it didn't, and the tongue was broken too. Mine didn't have a tongue, which is probably why it was on sale. But I still think that's one of the better Dilophosaurs, JP Dilophosaurs you can get.
That's-
I love the texture. I love how rubbery it is. I don't know. It just it was good. It was good stuff.
Well, for
I
them
love
to
that
like make it like interactive like that, where it could squirt water, like that's about the safest thing that you could have coming out of its mouth for kids.
It's true.
It could have been silly string, it could have been anything else. Yeah, for you just frozen with that on your cheek, man. Yeah, that was one of my
I just need to embrace my fate at this point. That is too funny. The newer stuff, I haven't collected a lot of the newer stuff. The last Jurassic Park / World anything I got were those those little like $6 or $7 blind box figures. And just because they were on sale at my local grocery store and for like a buck each, and I bought like an entire rack. And I figured if I get any duplicates, I'll make a herd. They're dinosaurs. Why not? So I really do need to possibly. I mean, my vintage stuff. I have more stuff from the Lost World than I do Jurassic Park, but I don't know. Like I love the look of the new Hammond stuff, the Amber stuff. I'm loving it. It looks great. But I don't know. I wish I had the budget for all of it.
Well, speaking of, you missed a personalized box day that I saved for this very night, which was me opening up from the man himself, Adam. I opened up the Amber Velociraptor.
Oh, I was watching that part backstage, yelling at you to let me in.
Oh, okay.
I'm teasing. It's fine. But I did.
I mean, there's several paint schemes for this guy. Oh, I'm just noticing. So its tail is all. Oh, it has a wire in it. Okay.
Tail. That it really
All
is a
right.
beautiful raptor. Like
I
that is
love
a beautiful raptor.
That
I
is
love
a
it.
nice raptor.
You could force its
Mhm.
mouth shut, but I love that when you don't, you let go.
No.
It just has the slight snarl.
The snarl is the way to go. It
Oh,
looks
man.
it looks like it's in proportion with the suit version, like the version you could put a person inside of. Maybe
They
I'm
had a toy
crazy.
that They had one of the. I didn't know that.
Well, the original Jurassic Park, all the scenes that weren't animatronic heads and CGI were people in suits.
Oh, I think you're talking about like some kind of toy that you could put like a little man inside of.
Oh no, that would be amazing. That would I would love to see, kind of like the Microman Godzilla figure.
Yes,
I was gonna say, yeah, if we had Jurassic Microman, oh man.
Oh yes, please.
Okay.
Put a little Microman inside of a Spinosaurus. That'd be amazing.
Go outside. Go.
Ooh. He's letting his
Well,
pet
Cody's
zombies
busy.
out.
All right, so now we're all caught up and we're on to question 3. This might only pertain to certain people. I don't know how many of y'all know about this. So a fan video game was in the works by, I already forget what the name of the YouTube channel was, but they did a phenomenal job. It was made in some sort of program on the PlayStation 4 and 5 called Dreams. And they did such a great job capturing the authenticity of how great all the dinosaurs and the settings, like the what do you call it? Like the main building with the final fight scene happens in, the staircase, like the cars, just everything. And unfortunately, Universal Studios got wind of it and sent them a cease and desist. They were not trying to make money off this game. They were not trying to do anything. And it was going to be like a survival horror style video game, kind of like Alien Isolation or something like that, which is, we haven't gotten anything like that to date. And being a big video game guy, I was like, oh my God, so many fan games get put out these days and nobody really cares. So as fans, do you think we should be able to petition to have this fan game that was not trying to like hurt Universal's image or anything like that? Should we be allowed to like asked to have it actually made, or is it a losing battle? Which I kind of know the answer, but I want to hear y'all's opinions.
All right, in order. I do not know much about this fan video game, but I'll tell you already when it comes to Universal and their IP. Universal looks at the fact that litigation is a moneymaker for them. That goes way back to them suing Nintendo over Donkey Kong, okay? Because it was too close to the IP of King Kong. Okay. Now they lost that case, but everything else that they have fought, they do this. They are so protective of their IP. I can tell you already from my fan made trailers that nearly all of the Universal stuff has been demonetized. I have not gotten a strike from them, but they're getting the monetization from it, of course. Strangely enough, not my Jurassic Park trailers, but don't tell them. So
Sending email now.
Gotcha. No, they will probably listen to you. It's like out in the middle of nowhere. This channel, for whatever reason, they want my 30 cents of monetization from that. So whatever. Yes, but yeah, Universal is incredibly protective of their IP, and they feel free to petition. I mean, you're well within your rights, fans, to petition them. That doesn't mean they're going to listen to it, and that doesn't mean they have to release their IP. I'll go back with video games. Of course, the official licensed video games, if anyone's played the Sega video game, where you actually play as Alan Grant, and you can also play as a raptor. It's a very cool video game for its time, especially. It's very difficult, but there's plenty of officially licensed games out there. I am interested in kind of checking out this fan-made game and at least the screenshots and whatever else is out there to see about it. But yeah, that one, and then there was a Super Nintendo game during that time actually that was pretty fun. It wasn't as maybe entertaining as the Genesis game. Had some decent graphics. It was like an overhead view where you're also playing as Alan Grant, and you get to have different weaponry, and it's kind of a puzzle / search kind of game, treasure hunting sort of game. But yeah, there's some great games out there. But yeah, they feel free to petition them. I doubt Universal will do anything about it.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because believe me, I don't know if I'm allowed to show the trailer because they have a little 2.5 minute long or so trailer for this game that they were going to put out. Yeah, I don't want our thing to get like banned or anything, so I guess I shouldn't show it here. It'd be awesome if I could, but I guess we probably shouldn't.
Throw a link in the chat so people can find it.
Yes, if everybody would like to see it, it's called Jurassic Park Operations, and it was going to be a first-person shooter style survival horror game. where you try to outrun T-Rexes, raptors, what have you, and it was it just looked great. It looked so good, and it's really upsetting that I mean these guys were working on it for a couple years, and they got the hammer dropped on them.
Is that the one that starts with the T-Rex breakout? Or is that something totally different?
I think it does. Well, I don't know if the trailer immediately starts with that, but there is a scenario in the game where that happens. Like the T-Rex breakout is part of it. But this is like a full length game. There is a short game. There's like a very, very short fan game where it's just the T-Rex breakout, and I think there's no other outcome than you getting eaten. Like there's no way you ever outrun.
Yeah,
you always get eaten. I think that was a PC only thing.
Yeah, I've seen that one. I'm not sure if that's the same thing or if that's something totally different.
No, that one is different. But okay. I know what you're talking about as well.
I mean, I don't really play games. I have the Jurassic World Alive Pokemon Go type thing on my phone, but that's about it. But like, I mean, we had wasn't the Godzilla versus Gigan that short, the Gigan Rex, wasn't that like fan made and then it became official? So I feel like, I mean, that obviously that's not Universal, but knowing how tight Toho is with their stuff, I feel like it's far more likely that Universal would be willing to take something and make it real. But like, I was talking to someone about, I think it was one of like Godzilla 1984 on DVD. Like, it doesn't exist. No company is producing it except for like a bootleg, which is getting cracked down on. But I feel like if the company sees that whatever this is that is made by fans or otherwise bootlegged is popular, there is clearly a market for this, and they shut it down, they should then do it in an official capacity. Like if they see this is what people want, they're willing to spend money on this, we could be making the money, so let's shut them down and do it ourselves. But if you just shut it down for the sake of shutting it down, then I don't know, that kind of sucks.
The creators did ask because they got a cease and desist letter, and they don't really go into detail because they're trying to be respectful and like not have fans go out there and berate and just like harass Universal Studios, because I mean they have every right to do what they did. Do we like it? No, but they still have every right. They did say in a little video explaining like how the cease and desist went down and everything, that they did ask Universal, hey, could we perhaps purchase, because we've been working on this so hard, and they still got like just denied. Like Universal just said, I'm sorry, we're not interested, which is upsetting because it was gonna be good. It was gonna be good.
So I was not aware of this fan video game, but I'm also not really a gamer, so a lot of this stuff will probably fly underneath my radar. But I'd be down. I mean, I'm the few games and stuff that I do play, when I get into them hard. That sounded bad, but you know what I mean. And I think fans should petition. I think that Adam brought up a great point. The Godzilla vs. Gigan Rex was a fan film, and Toho enjoyed it enough to honor it for the anniversary. So yeah, I mean, I think anything could happen. I think a lot. I mean, at the end of the day, these studios, these businesses are just that. They're businesses. They want to make money, and if they see that there's a demand for a certain product, they're gonna make it. So yeah, I think that a fan petition would be at least worthwhile, even if it doesn't work out. Like, who cares? At least you tried.
Yeah, it really stinks that these guys, they put so much work into this for a long time to try to capture every last little detail. But again, as Nick said, the IP is very prominent throughout. There's the Jurassic Park logo, the Jeeps, and the designs of the animals are pretty much like just spot on. It's so spot on. And even the settings, like the inside of the main, God, why am I escaping on what is actually
Visitor Center?
The visitor center? My God, thank you. The main visitor center, like that's one of the situations. The bunker where you get to see Mr. Arnold's arm. There's a survival part where you have to like walk around and tread softly, but there's a raptor in there and you can hear it. and you're trying to just like point a flashlight around and trying to turn the power back on as Ellie, and also not get ambushed by a clever girl.
Is there a Jurassic Park game or anything where you can actually play as the dinosaurs? Does anybody know?
As I mentioned before,
I'm not sure about anything like that.
Because I like that, to me, I would be interested in that. Like where if there's a game where you can play as Alan Grant or Ellie Settler, like, and then also maybe like play as the Spinosaurus, and like as you it starts as a baby and you eat things or whatever, and it gets bigger, and like I don't know, I think that would be cool.
$100 games.
All right, Cody, sorry, we've been kind of keeping you in the background this whole time. Your opinion does matter, though, so go ahead. Well, it matters, kind of.
It always matters. Of course it matters. This is my month. It matters more than yours, Samson. I'm big on, like, what's mine is mine. So if they were going to make money off this, I'd be 100% like, no, like, you can't do that. Like, it's copyright. But if it's a free thing, who cares? Like, I'm all for making
Hey, there he is.
If they're not making any cash off it, I say let them do whatever they want with the names attached.
They weren't. They weren't gonna. They had no intention of making money.
Yeah.
They just wanted their creation to be out there for everybody to play.
They really shouldn't be shutting them down. Like, I don't know. Like, someone else said I feel like they're like Toho in regards with Godzilla. Like, if they're not making it, nobody's making it.
All right, welcome back.
I don't know what's happening with me today, folks. Good grief.
Oh, I missed the VHS tape look.
Well, I can try to. I'm not tempting fate. Nope. Not doing it. Not doing it. Nice try.
it'll happen.
Nice try. Okay. Is it okay? My turn. So this game, as you guys may or may not be aware, I know literally nothing about doing fan properties, doing things with fan done proper. I can talk, I promise. Doing fan done work with properties that somebody else owns. I know nothing about this. I've never done anything like that. I don't know what that's like. It's really out of my wheelhouse. All kidding aside, this game should not have been shut down. These guys, if they weren't asking for money, then there's no reason. I get being protective, but at the end of the day, if this thing, really the only thing I can think of that the reason they might have shut it down, and like an official reason, would simply be because they considered it to possibly be causing brand confusion. Even though it's technically fair use, they might have said, well, this thing looks too good, and we're gonna shut it down because it looks too good. That's actually happened with Godzilla stuff before as well. The Godzilla Heritage fan film that some of you might remember from years ago now.
Yeah, God, that never came to fruition, did it?
Nope. And they got close. They got real close, but Toho ultimately shut them down. They weren't making any money off of it. They were doing everything on the up and up. But the problem was Toho legitimately thought it looked too good and that it might cause brand confusion.
Did they let them finish it, and then the only people able to see it were the few people that worked on it or something?
Yeah.
That's what I kept reading. That's finished, but no one can really watch it, which is just ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and it's not originally what they intended in terms of the final product either. It was supposed to be feature length. It was supposed to have suits, these beautiful suits that they made, and they ended up making it a 10-minute short with CGI. I mean, that they kind of had to. But this game, from what I remember, this Jurassic Park game did look really, really good. So maybe they had a case when it came to creating confusion with brand awareness. But other than that, there's really no reason they should have shut this thing down. If these guys weren't making money off of it, then they weren't breaking the law and they didn't need to step in. But Universal is one of the more litigious companies out there, as you guys mentioned before. So am I surprised they did this? No. Am I a little miffed that they did this? Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm not upset, but it's definitely unfortunate because fan projects like this project, they're important. They show that people care, and they also fill a void because obviously somebody set out to make that game because they felt that the Universal wasn't going to do it. They weren't doing that.
No,
So
they hadn't.
They went out and did that thing, and I applaud them for it, and I feel bad for them because video games are a lot of work, and to put that much work in and then just have it yoinked is really unfortunate. So yeah, it's a bummer. I don't think petition away, I wouldn't count on it going anywhere. I hate to say it.
Well, yeah, you're not wrong because they have all the power. I mean, they control everything. It just really stinks that how much effort these dudes put into this, because this program Dreams, that I know nothing about either. I just know that you can basically control everything like with it's a PlayStation controller because it's PlayStation 4 and 5. But you can control and create, because that's what they did. They started from scratch and they controlled and created and told the game what to do and made it their own. And there was it paid such great homage to the original source material that it's something that we as video game fans / Jurassic Park fans have always wanted to see. A survivor horror style game, not another one of these, oh my God, let's float like we're God from above and create all sorts of different maps and stuff, because there's all sorts of those creator games where you create your own Jurassic Park and then let the dinosaurs run wild and just kind of watch. There's no such thing as survivor horror, which is one of the best genres of video games that exists. Fans love it, and it absolutely there's an open window, and it would be so great to see something like that, because that's what Jurassic Park is. The whole movie is a survivor horror if you think about it.
It is. It absolutely.
And the fact that no company has ever capitalized on that and doing that video game stuff. I'm miffed as a video game fan. You said it best. Miffed. That's a word I've used for a long time.
Perturbed. My strawberries have been well and truly frosted by this whole thing. I'm just, that really chaps my hide. Sorry.
Zoinks.
Let's not get too on PG now. But yes.
All right. Well, yeah, as a video game fan, I have a strong because I was excited. I was following this project, and the fact that it just at the drop of a dime got shut down. It was 2 months, or no, in less than a month after they released the full-length trailer for the game. Hey guys, we're close to being done. We'll put this out there for you fans. The only requirement is that the fans had to purchase the program called Dreams. And then it would be a free downloadable game through that program through your PlayStation 4 or 5, and you got to play it. So they weren't making money. You had to buy the program that already currently exists.
Yeah.
All right. Enough whining and griping about games. Let's get on to more fun, relevant stuff. All right. The question's fairly self-explanatory. And the reason why I asked this question, I don't know how many of y'all know that this movie was, y'all in the actual show and y'all in the comment section, it originally was going to go the route of stop motion. It was not originally a CGI. There's this awesome little documentary on Netflix that I love called The Movies That Made Us, and Jurassic Park is one of them. And I learned from that from the man himself that created the CGI part of this, that just a tiny little segment of a clip that he created and ambushed the creators of Jurassic Park with is the reason we got it the way we did. It could have gone the route of stop motion. And what was the gentleman's name that worked on the stop motion?
Phil Tippett.
Phil.
He was in charge, and he had done so much already. And then the other guy ambushed the creators with a little tiny small clip of a animated skeleton of a T-Rex walking just from left to right across the screen for about, I don't know, all of 3 seconds. And then Steven Spielberg lost his mind. He's, oh my God, we're doing this. So what do y'all think as far as this question goes?
Okay, so yeah, checked out the movies that made us, and then the documentary on the original Jurassic Park DVD that came out. Also, a lot of really good information about what this was going to look like, and Phil Tippett coming up with the stop motion advancement called Go Motion, and that Go Motion was going to be a step up from what Harryhausen already had done in the past, where the Harryhausen, of course, very classic, very fantastic and what it looks like, but when it comes down to it, what the look of Harryhausen, why it doesn't quite look as believable today, beyond the fact that we have CGI now, but the fact that even during the early 90s and late 80s, stop motion was going up, for a better word. It was not going to be utilized as much because it was definitely something that looked like old technology. Go Motion went to the next level of adding, and give me the nerd video, hat on here for a second, because this is my wheelhouse. I do a lot of video shooting and editing and things. So basically, if you look at the Harryhausen stuff, every frame of the skeletons and Jason and the Argonauts is in focus. So you could pause the frames and you will see that the skeletons are in focus, because literally it is a shot of each individual frame of that small figure or armature making the moves, the dinosaurs, the beast from 20,000 fathoms, all of these, the Redosaurus, the emir. So it's always going to be in focus. Well, Go Motion was going to add that motion blur. So you see that you don't have individual frames of my hand moving across like a strobe light almost, and where everything's in focus. It created that. And so it looked a lot more believable. And even Steven Spielberg liked it. Even his kids at that time said, look, a real dinosaur. They were convinced. He still was not completely sold on it, but it was the technology he had. And until, they did see that CGI look of the T-Rex, and Kathleen Kennedy also, the Disney Star Wars now that we have was part of Spielberg's crew, and she saw that and she was convinced. And the CGI crew was actually being kind of blacklisted, for lack of better words, from the ILM guys, Dennis Murin and Phil Tippett. It's like, you can work on that, but we're not going to show it to the brass. And it was kind of it was on the screen, and she got to see it, and it just blew their minds, of course. And now they're looking at this, and that's where that line comes from, of Phil Tippett looking at it and saying, well, I'm extinct. He's out of a job right now. And so look, it's
I see.
Yeah. And it's live action here, right here. Yeah. Not Go Motion, not CGI. She's really back there and really going to destroy my shelves of Motu. So
it's a guy in a cat suit. That's what it is.
Yeah. Very convincing, right?
It is. The motion blur is great, man.
I know. The fur is realistic, everything. Yeah. Even the cone, she's picking up radio signals on that. But so anyways, this would not have been as groundbreaking. It's still a Spielberg, and everything Spielberg does become, legendary, except for maybe more of the recent stuff. The classic Spielberg always has, an impact on filmmaking. And because of the use of CGI in this one did have an enormous impact on filmmaking going forward, where we had entire creatures made up of CGI, and people were getting better and better at it in some cases. I will say this. There's CGI today that doesn't look as good as Jurassic Park did back in the 90s. I mean, goodness gracious. Yes. 1993, they knew how to look believable. They knew how to meet the expectations of what it was supposed to look like if we were to be convinced that this is a real dinosaur. And what's so cool about it is the work of Stan Winston and his creature factory, basically making the animatronics marry up with the shots of the CGI. And there are shots literally where the T-Rex is just going out of frame, the animatronic switching to the CGI, and at first glance, unless you know it's there, you might be convinced that it's still the animatronic. And that's what really sells this, is that CGI and the animatronics work so well together, because they decided to go with both. And of course they had ILM, their team, and Stan Winston's team to make everything as convincing as it possibly could. So yeah, I do not believe that this would have the same impact as a stop motion. I think it would be looked at as a great classic dinosaur film, but would we have gotten the trilogy, the next trilogy with the World trilogy? Would we have entire characters made up of CGI? We had, prior to this, you think about it, some characters in CGI. We had the T-1000. We had, in the Abyss, we had the water tentacle. Some CGI was used, but it was always enhancements. And anytime it was on screen, just think about it like $1 million a minute. I mean, it was just incredibly expensive to do. And so they really perfected it to make this really work and go to the next level. Of course, they're working for Steven Spielberg, so they want to push it to the next level.
Uh-oh. Did we lose him?
That's
Uh-oh.
everybody freezing.
Man, nobody wants to be in the stream tonight. Well, I guess I'll talk over him for just a moment. Yeah, I remember the biggest thing, like when I watched the little documentary, it was talking about how Steven Spielberg, he was obsessed. He was obsessed with, he wants dinosaurs running on screen. That was his big sell. He wanted them to run. And Stan Winston was like, well, we can't really do that with animatronics. It's not going to work. It's not going to look good. It's not going to happen, which is why the direction that it went in is so great, because it looks phenomenal. It looks fantastic. And Adam, it's actually your turn.
Yeah, I mean, Nick had the mic drop response to this one.
Yeah, it's hard to follow up that.
But thinking about this question, like, stop motion got me into film making in the first place as a kid. I spent hours setting up action figures, moving them slightly, and doing all that footage and cutting. But there's something about a lot of the Harryhausen films and the stop motion that I grew up on, where a lot of the creatures, they're very fluid. It's almost like they have no bones. It's this very fluid motions that's not realistic that we then see in Jurassic Park. It's either that or it's too rigid. It would take so much more extra effort. I mean, you have what's the studio? It was Will Vinton, Leica. Will Vinton became Leica, or is that different things?
Those are different, I think.
Different, yeah. I mean, but the amount of time and effort that went into that, I mean, kind of rivals the amount of effort that goes into the CG to make these things look as realistic as possible. I watched. I haven't seen the Toys That Made Us. That's on my list, but it was a documentary called Jurassic Punk. I don't know if you guys have seen that one.
I've been meaning to. I've been meaning
Jurassic
to see that.
Punk.
Yeah, that's awesome. Definitely watch that one. But like, having seen the movie since watching that documentary, I was looking for those things where it switches, like Nick was saying, between the CG. Like, it's the breakout scene, and it's when the kids are shining the flashlight out of the car. So the T-Rex head comes in, and then it like moves to look at them and goes out of frame, and then it's immediate. The CG model comes in, and it's so fast. And I was looking for like how they set those all up. It's really well done. So I guess short answer, no, I don't think stop motion would have been as impressive.
No, I think we're pretty much all going to have the same answer, but I just wanted to hear all y'all's personal opinions as we go through this. So,
I got to echo the sentiments that came before me. I don't think that stop motion would have been as game changing or as impactful in this film franchise and ultimately in movies that came after it. I think that it still would have been a successful, movie. And like, oh, that's cool. But I think that like Nick said, that the way the CGI in this film revolutionized everything going forward. And again, like Nick said, you can look back. I've had these conversations with friends before, where you can look back and compare some CGI in today's $100 million, $200 million budget movies, and it doesn't honestly hold up to a movie that's 30 years old. So,
Thor: Love and Thunder.
Which one?
Thor: Love and Thunder.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of them. A lot of mainstream big blockbusters of the past 10 years don't hold a candle to some of the effects works that were going on in Jurassic Park. And so no, I have to agree with everybody. I don't think it would be as I don't think it would be such a moment in film history if it was stop motion, considering we had movies prior to that were stop motion. It maybe would have been the best stop motion ever, for sure. But I think the fact that this is it changed the game, man, and you can't beat that. So I got to go with I think it should have been CGI for sure.
So yeah, I'm gonna have the exact same answer as everyone else. Like if this
We
was
all
stop
are.
motion, I don't think it would have nearly been as big as it was. I think it would have been cool, but I don't think it would have spawned, billions and billions of dollars worth of cash, straight cash for these guys. Stop motion is cool, but like I feel like the Jurassic Park CGI in '93 had to be mind blowing. Like I couldn't imagine how beautiful that looked in the theaters. I'm not gonna say it holds up today amazingly, but like it looks damn good even 30 years later. Like it's crazy. So yeah, I don't think stop motion holds a candle to the CGI they did.
It was groundbreaking for its time, for sure. And what I love about the scene where they get to see the brachiosaur for the first time, that's essentially the way that they're in awe and stuff. That's the exact reaction that the audience probably had when they finally see the thing in full frame walking across the screen towards the tree to take the bite off the because you're not wrong. Maybe the CGI, you can tell it's like not as high tech as today's stuff, but it still holds up. It's still believable. You can watch it and be like, my God, this is still good cinema right here.
You're right about that. Actually, I was going to say, Samson, sorry to interrupt there real quick. Daniel.
Oh, go right ahead. Go right ahead. You're fine.
I don't even know where I left off when I got booted there.
I don't either.
Yeah, sorry about that. But I was on a roll, man. It was great. But I was going to say, it took their breath away in the audience. I can distinctly remember the audience having a very audible gasp at that brachiosaur. That was that impactful. When it just shows up on screen and the camera zooms out so we can see the full view of the brachiosaur and the scale of the people in the foreground. That was literally, the oxygen came out of the room right then and there because everyone, was astounded. Sorry, Daniel.
No,
Man,
you're fine. You're fine.
Adrian's throwing in some shots fired stuff right here. But he's also, I'm not sorry either.
No, I'm glad you told that story. Who here has seen the movie in theaters in the 90s or at all? Just out of curiosity.
When I was 2, so I don't remember.
Okay, fair.
I didn't get to see it in theaters. I was a baby.
A baby.
I was 10.
Just to kind of put a coda on the exact same thing that everybody just said that I'm about to say, because I have the same answer as well. The CGI enabled this film to leave behind the trap of it being another one of those, and instead it became the first of something. That's why it has staying. That's one of the reasons it has staying power. It has staying power for a lot of reasons. One of which is just a darn good film from top to bottom. Right, everything about the movie works. It's directed beautifully. It's written beautifully. Acted beautifully. All this stuff, but within all of that, it is also. And it uses the CGI intelligently, because I don't think it's just the fact that it's CGI. It's also the fact that it's used smart. It's the fact
look at the comment right underneath your face right now. This guy, what he just says. I mean,
oh, look at that, restrained itself. There you go. That pretty much covers it. It was a perfect marriage between the stuff that the Murin crew and the Winston crew were doing. It worked beautifully as a 50-50 between the two. This is when movies still knew how to balance those things and let practical effects do what they do best and not just assume that computers can do everything. So it was having the tools, using it for the first time and using it wisely and sparingly. And if it had been stop motion, like was mentioned before, it might have been the best looking stop motion go motion of all time, but it would have been another one. It would have been another one. It would have been another dinosaur movie in that vein, and it wouldn't have carried the genre forward, and it wouldn't have carried technology forward. This is one of those big moments in film technology history. This is a King Kong moment. This is one of those. This is one of those movies, and the thing about those movies is that they're not just technological showcases or demo reels. They're also darn good movies. King Kong is a masterpiece, and I think this film is too. So it was an essential ingredient in making the movie work. And if it had been just stop motion, and maybe stop motion and mixed with the Stan Winston stuff, it would have still been amazing, but it wouldn't have been as iconic, I don't think. And it would not be looked on in the same way. So they made the right call. Sorry, Phil Tippett, but they did. They made the right call.
By the way, sir, I'm just now realizing what your name is.
Oh, there. Thank you.
Oh my God. That's
somebody saw it.
Clever girl.
Somebody got it.
Daniel, we got Daniel here.
Nobody cares.
See?
Oh God.
It's good stuff. Yeah, no, this movie revolutionized the way that we see CGI today. If it weren't for that small clip that dude ambushed the studio execs with, we wouldn't have had all the stuff that we have. I mean, we would have eventually had it, but maybe not as early. And I mean, by God, the Jurassic Park is iconic for its CGI. And again, everybody's saying the same thing. The CGI mixed with the animatronics, and they do it very well. Who in the comment section was the one that said it? Yeah, the close-ups versus the wide shots. That was the best way to do it. I mean, I think they were all. Stan Winston was always going to be responsible for doing some animatronic work in the film, but in order for the dinosaurs to run, as Steven Spielberg wanted to have happen, it was going to be the stop motion route that they went in. But Phil got kind of screwed on that. But
no, he got screwed. He got screwed.
As far as the documentary goes, he's in the credits of the film, the movies that made us. They say that he got some
dinosaur
sort of
supervisor. He's credited as the dinosaur supervisor.
He still got some. He had a little bit of something in there. Still, he got to have some sort of say and show.
What he ultimately got to do, and I think this is ingenious. This is a slight deviation. I won't take too long on this, I promise. But what they ultimately ended up doing,
dare you have fun on the stream?
What they ultimately did to keep Phil employed, basically, was they built this amazing rig, this amazing T-Rex shaped rig that was basically a stop motion puppet that plugged into a computer, and it was incredibly early motion capture. So he animated the T-Rex one frame at a time, and that translated into puppeteering the digital version. So a lot of the T-Rex's movement in the film is still Phil Tippett stop motion technically, but he was doing stop motion on this thing they plugged into a computer. So his work is still in the movie in some shots, but it's basically like the stop motion version of motion capture. It's really fascinating. I kind of wish they do. I feel like that might be one of the missing ingredients that makes the Jurassic World movies on the CGI front maybe not as strong as the first couple of movies, especially the first one, simply because there is a hand-done element to it. There's a stop motion element to the film that's hidden, but it is there. And there is something a little bit tactile in the way that those dinosaurs move. Even the ones that weren't done with this weird kind of hybrid stop motion puppetry thing, they just took so much time on that movie. The CGI team just took so much time and care on that movie. And you can tell because every scene, every movement is laboriously taken care of. And when you have movies made today where every animation house out there, ILM, Weta, all these people have to pump out 8 movies a year, you don't have the time or the budget to take that kind of time on movies anymore to animate everything because they're factories now, right? So it's a different world than it was 30 years ago, for better or for worse.
And can I jump on there with a comment that you made about Phil Tippett and what he brought to, the idea of pre-visualizing things for what a sculptor can bring to this movie. What a sculptor like him who would use the go motion technique to say, this is how the dinosaurs move. This is how they would act and react to things. Weight. The dinosaurs in this film, the CGI dinosaurs in this film have weight. They lumber, they move, they create splashes in the water as they slam their feet down. They create the ripples in the water. They knew that all those elements had to work together to make the believability of this giant, animal that looks like an animal, acts like an animal, sounds like an animal, and of course the weight is there too. So CGI now, a lot of these CGI characters, you cannot believe the weight of them. You cannot believe the depth and feel of them because they look like they're light as a feather, just like the pixels on the screen are. And so the believability is not there. And so one of the hardest effects that they said in this film was actually the ripples in the water until they figured out how to create, those fine little ripples to actually create that effect, which was a guitar string wired through the car to the bottom of the cups, and they plugged it.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Dang,
Isn't that
I didn't
great?
know that.
A guitar string. He was trying to figure this out with like these scientists who do like wave technology and things like that. And they said, if I set a thing of water on my acoustic guitar, pluck the string, it created those perfect concentric circle ripples in the water.
Oh my God, I didn't know. That's amazing.
And then, so they decided that's the way we're going to do this, the simplest technology, but it was hard for them to figure out. And so, they wired through the chassis of the vehicle and someone's underneath it at that moment where they needed it, come into frame, pluck the string, pluck it again, and you get those ripples. But weight is part of it. Why would you have those? Because the animal has the weight. It has the roar. It has the gurgle in its voice. And it was the raptors with that scream, which is the sound of this dolphin mixed with some other creatures too. But they
geese, dolphin. God, what was it? It was
tons of stuff. It was just like thrown in there, and they added that all up. The everything from a lion to I think a semi truck for the T-Rex. I mean, it was everything to give it that weight, and it's got that believability of it. But sometimes you do see a modern creature, even if it's a gigantic creature, move so quickly, so agile that it is like it's light of the feather. Even Godzilla and Kong, at times are moving so quickly. You're just like, okay,
new films.
I love that film, but it's not believable. I can't suspend my disbelief and see those giant creatures moving that fast. But the T-Rex, he's got a limited speed to him because he is so big, and that's why you can outrun him with a car. Okay, so I mean, things like that are in that, and that adds to the feel of what that works. And the other thing about sound, John Williams's music, everything that adds up to this being an epic experience. Oh, shut up! I'm sorry.
Copyright strike.
Again, how dare any of you have fun in my stream? God, you cut that out. So going back on the sound effects thing, one of my favorite clips that I did, and I made, I can't play it here because it involves like scenes from films. How many of y'all noticed this this is many years ago? It's also Steven Spielberg. There's one very specific scene with a very familiar sound where they're traveling in the Temple of Doom. They're traveling on the back of the elephants, and she puts perfume on the top of the elephant, doesn't like it. It squirts her. She falls off, and you hear this very like this very familiar sound. I was like, why have I heard that before? The sound of the T-Rex, like its main, like one of its like chirp, like its high-pitched roars, is the sound of an infant elephant just yelling. And that's how they utilized it in the film. And I did set I spliced clips next to each other, one by like next that scene with the what's her face being thrown off the elephant and that familiar sound, and then the actual sounds from the film itself when the T-Rex does it too, just one by one, one after another. And I was like, wow. So the sound of a T-Rex was cool before it was cool.
That's cool. I love sound effect trivia. I love that stuff because the sound really is a big part of why the film works as well as it does. Because when this movie has a lot of scenes where you hear dinosaurs but don't see them. or you hear them long before you see them, or you just something happens before you actually see the creature. Either you're hearing a sound effect, you're hearing something in the environment moving, or you're hearing John Williams music before you see the creatures. I mean, the entire opening sequence, you barely see that raptor, but you sure as heck hear it.
Oh,
You never forget it. Really makes you wonder what's in that box, and what could be strong enough to like suck that guy in behind the door. That scared me as a kid. I loved it, but it's like it's so much scarier when you hear those sounds. You know, it's like, what is that? Like, that's terrifying. It's so good. This movie's really good, y'all. This movie's
we should have talked about sound effects more. I didn't even think about implementing that into because there is so much about the film that's great with the sound effects. The T-Rex roar is one of the most iconic roars in history, like as far as T-Rex dinosaurs goes and stuff like that. I just love the way that the T-Rex amidst the roar that he does in the film. It's lost.
It's not in Jurassic World though. Why isn't that roar in Jurassic World? There are other roars from the T-Rex, but not that iconic roar.
Like the one from the very end when the banner goes across him.
Yes.
That's I haven't seen.
I just felt like it was time to change it up a little bit, but that's so iconic.
Nope.
That's like Godzilla's roar. You have to almost keep. Well, I mean, look at Godzilla's roar. Look at how much has changed over, since '54. I don't think it's the right decision, T-Rex wise. I think the original will always be the most iconic, and that's the way to go. But
yeah,
we're just like, we gotta change it up a little bit.
In terms of forever. With Godzilla, that almost makes more sense because of all the different iterations of Godzilla there have been. But in Jurassic World, that's supposed to be the exact same.
It's
T-Rex.
the exact same, yeah.
So, there's only if you want to change it up a little to make her sound a little older because all these years have passed, do that. Right. But why change it that much? I mean, they dropped some classic roars in there, but there are a couple of variations that are just missing. Like Nick said, they're just not there. I don't know. I really have no clue.
Of all the questions we have about Jurassic World, the sound effects are so low.
These are the important questions, man. These are the questions. These are the things that keep me up at night. All right, come on.
Where's the roar?
It's funny.
Do the roar.
Give me the roar. So, do the fan dub. We need a fan edit with the roar, the right words put in. Darn it. Come on, let's do it.
All right, on to question. I've lost track. Next,
4, 5? I don't know.
I think it's 5. Okay, out of all 2 of them, who was the greater dinosaur villain? Well, actually, I guess it is multiples because you either got 1 big bad T-Rex or 3 raptors. And go.
Oh, me first.
Well, the order of things got changed up a little bit, so yeah.
You got it. You got this.
All right.
Now you get to say the really...
Oh, my God. How long have you been sitting on that Jell-O? That's amazing.
Oh, for a while. If that answers my question.
No, not really.
It does.
Legend. Absolute legend here.
I spent like an hour on the phone with my brother talking about this exact question. And we kind of came down to having an issue with the question itself. If that makes they're less okay. They're clearly antagonists. They are obstacles in the way of our heroes leaving the island safely. And they are being chased by these creatures and they're being hunted. But they're not, to me or to us, written as villains like you would with human characters, like we see in Jurassic World kind of stuff. A lot of those dinosaurs are written more like a human character, but let's make it a dinosaur. Whereas here, they're so much a part of nature that they're more of a chaotic neutral than like a true villain. Like, does that make sense? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna pause for just. Why am I hearing birds chirping? Where is that coming from?
I know it's a good atmosphere. It works for this subject.
Yeah.
Hey man,
they've evolved.
They're upset. We're dissing their ancestors right now.
Oh, that's
Own
what
a
it is.
house. I'm gonna open up these windows. I paid for these windows. $5,000.
I actually just realized I kind of left one antagonist out of the film. It was the Dilophosaurus, but then again, we already. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, even if we put the Dilophosaurus in the mix, they're just kind of doing their thing, and they're not actively like. It's not a heroes versus villains in terms of good guys and bad guys, and we need to stop them from doing their bad thing, or we need to stop the good guys from getting out. They're just there, and they're just doing their thing. And I think that's one thing I love so much about the film is it's not just directly pitting the humans against the dinosaurs as the central conceit of the film, like we see with a lot of other things. Oh, it's Harry and Voldemort. It's this and that. It's it's nature. It's man versus nature in it. But that said, as villains, as antagonists, I mean, the raptors are so deadly, and like we see in Jurassic Park 3. I know we're just talking about the first film, but the T-Rex gets dispatched so easily, but the raptors become like a bigger threat for the majority, I guess, and that's kind of throughout the entire franchise. Is I think. Well, like the T-Rex is clearly iconic, and I could talk about the T-Rex for hours, but yeah, I think as villains go for the creatures, I think the raptors are deadlier. Yeah.
Well, if this makes the question more comfortable for all y'all, I guess I maybe worded it a little bit improperly. I could change who is the greater dinosaur villain to who is the greater dinosaur threat. Because Adam, you actually just used that word. You said threat, and that kind of hit me. Like, who is the greater dinosaur threat in the film? The T-Rex or the raptors? So I guess you could take it as is. You can use villain or threat, whichever word you like more. But yeah, you actually made a very valid point about my question. I love that you said that you and your brother you spent an hour trying to dissect this question because you were like.
We went back and forth. He was like describing the entire alignment chart. He's like, okay, Brachiosaurus, that's true neutral, and we like put all the dinosaurs. And then I did. I'd memorized Grant's monologue from Jurassic Park 3, and then I'm like, oh, let me do this at you for the next 10 minutes. But yeah, I mean the raptors, they're fierce and intelligent and socially sophisticated. They're able to hunt in numbers and coordinate their efforts. They were capable of sophisticated vocalization. There's all these things that are specifically spelled out in the film that really sets them up. And my wife, we rewatched it the other night. She brought up a good point. She's like, we don't really, aside from the glimpses through the cage in the opening, we don't really see the raptors until near the end of the film.
Yeah.
So I feel like in that sense, they're built up. Not necessarily bigger than the T-Rex, but there's that much more mystique and terror to them.
It's like the Jaws, or it's like the shark in Jaws. It's we know it's there, we hear about it, we know it exists, we know it's a threat, but man, it takes a long time for us to finally get a full facial reveal, and just like oh my god, it's awesome.
And like they even said, like even Nedry would know not to turn off the raptor fences. Like T-Rex, sure, but the raptors, like, what's he doing? Which tells me that they see the raptors as that much worse as well.
Oh man, it's tough for me. I had to give it to the raptors, and to me, the Rex is like it's huge, it's terrifying. It could probably do more damage, but like even in like the Lost World, when it's loose in San Diego, it's not viciously hunting. It's a confused, scared animal. Like it's reacting on its instincts, and you can realistically a T-Rex isn't going to break into. You could go hide in a skyrise or something, and you're fine. It's not like Godzilla where it could knock the building down. But the raptors, they're about our size. They're gonna get in the same doors and the crawl spaces and the basements or whatever. And like, so to me, that's a little bit more terrifying, a little bit more of a threat. They're smaller, they're faster, and I feel like they could chase you into places a Rex can't, and I think that's what makes them more vicious or more of a threat and a better villain, whichever you would prefer. But and their pack mentality. Yeah, we saw the mother father Rex in Lost World, but that was only two. We've seen packs of raptors, and so it's not just one or two Rex. It's or one or two raptors. It's 5, 6, 10, something like that, and that's another factor that I think makes them more terrifying. And just how smart they are. I mean, figuring out how to open doors and to communicate, and they can coordinate their attacks. Like Alan Grant says at the beginning, you're looking here, you don't even realize the attack's coming from the side, and
not from the front, but from the side.
Yep, exactly.
Raptors didn't even know we're there.
And I think that even though they're smaller, I think they're probably more deadly because they, like I said, they can follow you where you're going. Where a Rex could probably break down a house, it's going to take them a minute or two. Where a raptor is just going to jump in the window and chase you right to your bedroom. So I think the Raptors for sure, just because of their size and versatility. If what I'm trying to say makes sense.
Yeah.
Joe pretty much took the answer right out of my mouth. Like,
oh, sorry, Cody.
The T-Rex is like, the buildup of the T-Rex is so perfect. They go through the track, and he ain't there. And then they send out the goat.
I kind of like this guy's comments right here. I like this one.
Franchise conversation.
I'm game.
Careful what you wear.
But then when they find, it's raining, it's dark, and they finally see the T-Rex, and it breaks out, and it's this whole scenario where it's like where are you gonna go? Like, how can you hide from this thing? That always struck fear into me a lot more than the Raptors. Like, yeah, they were clever, and especially when I can't remember his name, but the old cool dude's out there hunting, and it pops up, and it's like, clever girl.
Muldoon.
Like, that's always iconic, and it's like, yeah, like that animal might be smarter than me out there. Like, it knows what it's doing. But the buildup of the T-Rex, it's hard to go against the T-Rex,
Where's the goat?
Where's the goat?
Slap.
Where's the goat? Wham!
You never ate lamb chops?
But yeah.
Oh, so essentially you're getting at your answer. So far everybody said Raptors. So you're going T-Rex instead of Raptors?
I will say T-Rex, yeah.
On this bout? Wow. Okay.
She's just cooler, man. She's cooler.
Rexy's a bad bee. She's a bad B word.
And if you're in an outhouse, man, you're screwed. He coming right in. She coming right in.
Yeah, especially if you're a lawyer. That's just not a good look for you, man.
They got no manners. They don't knock.
There are a couple reasons why you should not hide in an outhouse from a dinosaur. Number 1 and number 2.
That was booting you from the stream.
Yeah, I deserve that. Please, I don't need to be removed for like the 9th time.
Clever girl.
I mean, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
And this guy's got to go.
I deserve that.
Boot.
I'm taking the Raptor reins back. I'm throwing it to the Raptors for a lot of the reasons that have already been brought up. But I'm gonna say that the T-Rex succeeds in the movie by being enigmatic, not just through like the way that the characterization of the Rex is done, but because it's a flippin' T-Rex, and there's no more popular or well-known dinosaur than a T-Rex. So it has a built-in enigma. You're going to want to see the T-Rex. But the Raptors the first dinosaur you see in the movie is the raptor. The first threat that is established at the beginning in the prologue is the raptor. And then you get Grant's monologue with the claw, and you're already getting built up for the Raptors. And then you get the moment where Muldoon is explaining how they test the fences and they know when the food is coming. And this one raptor killed and ate some of the other raptors. And you haven't seen a raptor yet, aside from an eyeball, right? Wrong eye. Let's try that again. There we go. An eyeball through a. Words are hard for me right now. Through eyeball through a cage. So we've got this build up, and we've seen one that's been born. You know, we've seen the baby, but we haven't seen the adult. So there's this incredible buildup, and there's this fear. Like since the beginning of the movie, we have been given something to be afraid of with the raptors. We're more in awe of the T-Rex. We're terrified of the T-Rex, but we're like the raptors. Like, we know something's up with those raptors, and they hold them to the end. And when the T-Rex is off hunting and just doing its own thing, that's when everybody's running from the raptors. The raptors have that on their side. They have the buildup on their side, and they have the cunning. We have monsters that can open doors. We have something that is so good at hunting that it can take out this big game hunter in his gun. He's gone, and he probably knows he's gonna die. Like he's maybe a little too confident, but then he's like, no, I'm gonna die. This is the end. So we have this thing and I think maybe changing the word to threat is wise, but
I feel like that's a better way to do this question: threat instead of villain.
But we are dealing, the idea is that they're elevating this dinosaur gradually throughout the movie to a more human plane. They're not saying it's human, but they're saying it's smart, it's cunning, and it wants to murder you dead. And those are things about people that scare us too. Like, I mean, nobody's afraid that a person is going to like bite you and eat you and carry you off like a T-Rex, but something that's going to hunt you, something that like is actively wanting you dead, something that knows you've been keeping it in a cage and is really, really anxious to bite your hand the next time you try to feed it, something that might not like being locked up and might actually in some kind of sick way relish hunting you in revenge. That's scary. And it is almost villain-like. So threat, I still think, is the right word, but even if you want to use the word villain, I think they come out on top in this film, and that carries on as well, because as the series goes on, the next movie really allows us to empathize with the Rexes because of the baby. And
right.
From that point on in the films, I mean, the third one, the Rex is barely in it, but the world films really bank on our nostalgia for the first movie, because they keep teasing that they're going to hurt this classic Rex from the original movie. And then, of course, throughout 3 films, they never do. She lives through the entire trilogy. And I'm not going to lie, I breathed a sigh of relief at the end of Dominion when she lived. I'm like, thank God they didn't kill Rexy. Thank goodness. But you're not scared of her by the end, and then she eats the raptors, and it's a triumphant moment. That's something else that needs to be brought up, is when you see the Rex at the end, even though it's the last dinosaur we see, we're basically clapping for this dinosaur, Yes, the Rex showed up. It's a weirdly triumphant moment.
It is very odd when you think about it.
When you think about it, but every time it happens, I'm like, yeah, the T-Rex is here. Every time. So by the end of it, you kind of want to be friends with the T-Rex. Like, thanks, Rexy. We're going to get the actual heck off this island now. And the raptor, the only thing that can take out the other dinosaurs is another dinosaur at the end of the day, which is also interesting. But raptors, man, I got to go with the raptors because they just spook me more.
Man, it's almost unanimous, but Cody decided to break up everything. So.
Yeah, Cody.
It's always got to be.
I can't have
be the outlier of the group.
Can't be have shit easy.
Strike one.
All right, sir. Sorry, you're now at the end.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Honestly, a lot of great comments, and I think all good points are here. When we think about this as a movie, gentlemen, we're not talking about the science of dinosaurs and what we know about them. And even since this movie has been released 30 years, we've learned so much more about the dinosaurs. And there's the popular opinion of the small brain cavity. So they must have been all dumb, right? That must have been like, Godzilla and King Kong versus Godzilla. He's got a brain this size, so he must be dumb, right?
Sheer brute force.
Yeah. And so what they know about these dinosaurs, is very limited. Even the fact that they're digging up a raptor in Montana is incorrect. You're not finding fossils of the velociraptor in North America. You're finding them in China and Mongolia, Egypt, a lot of places like this. You're finding the T-Rex in Montana, though. In the North American region, so these dinosaurs, despite what you know or you think you might know, they're not actually found in the same continents, so they wouldn't have known each other. And so we might think about the raptors having, because based on a lot of assumptions, intelligence and resourcefulness and things like that. And so obviously within the confines of the movie, the way it's written, the way it's directed, is we're being directed towards the raptors as the larger threat, which is brilliant. I mean, because we're expecting a T-Rex in this movie. It's a dinosaur movie. We got to see the big dinosaur. And of course we're delivered that. Spielberg very well delivers that for us. But then the curveball is that we're not expecting something smaller to be a greater threat. And it is the raptors. It is because when you think about the nightmares you might have, maybe I'm the only one, but the T-Rex, apparently you can stand still and you disappear. And that was a frightening scene for me, seeing Alan Grant, hold Lex, and it's like, don't move. He can't see us if we don't move. You buy this? Because
he probably could have smelled them because he was in their face, man.
Right. He was right there. I mean, all he had to do was nudge him a bit, and there they are. So it's like, I can't see you. Oh, damn it. Where'd you go? It's like the baby. It's like, where's daddy? Here he is. It's like, okay, come on. Where'd you go?
My
so
glasses.
It's like,
I can't see without my glasses.
The Velma of dinosaurs.
Right. So yeah, there's definitely some assumptions that were made for this, but it does give, a little bit more to what a movie will do, is add these little nuances to the characters, to the villains, to nature, in this case, man versus nature, because there is villains in this that are human villains. The system's even trying to kill them. The security system is letting them down. I mean, it's falling apart everywhere. And, the dinosaurs are breaking out of fences and everything else. And so the thing about the raptors, of course, being, able to get into smaller areas, you can't hide from them as well. In your nightmares, the raptor is going to get you. The T-Rex, you can hide from him, like we've talked about. I'm in a basement here. He's probably not going to find me, in this basement, concrete lined and all this. So you're safe in something like this. But the raptors, they can open doors, they can smash down the doors, they will do whatever they have to do to get to you and dig. They're doing that kind of stuff because they detect you and they're using their intelligence. And so, but we assume, of course, that they have that intelligence. And apparently we also assume that they're intelligent enough to be trained in the Jurassic world. So, take that for whatever it is. Yeah. And you can ride motorcycles with them because it's cool. Because I'm Chris
Pratt, man. I mean, yeah. Star-Lord and Raptors. Come on. What a better combo than that? I mean, God. Well, okay. I guess as far as my answer goes, it almost was unanimous. Yeah, the same goes as everybody else except for Cody. It's the Raptors. They got a level of intelligence about them. They have more access than the Rex does, because the moment you get in a building, you're fine. Well, except for the visitor center with the giant missing wall. But the Raptors, they're intelligent. They don't just come from the front; they come from the side. And the other two, you didn't know they were even there. It's a whole different game with those. And again, y'all all pretty much said the same thing, and it was brilliant. The hype for them was built up so much from the beginning of the film that you wanted to see them so bad. When you did, your mind was blown. You're like, oh my God, look at this thing. And just, they trumped the T-Rex in a certain sense, because out of the most terrifying sequences of the film, the Rex breakout versus the kitchen sequence wins every single time. That is the most memorable scene from the film. And even my mother says so. When I asked her what she thought about Jurassic Park, because I asked her some of the same questions that I'm asking y'all, she says the most memorable scene of the whole film to me, it's that scene with the kids and the velociraptors in the kitchen. that haunts me to this day because it's so just tension, like the tension you can cut with a knife. It's so insane. Just sitting there like, what's going to happen to the kids? I mean, obviously they're not going to die. We all know that. They don't do that in these kind of films, but it was nuts to see this intense scene. And the whole scene, you know, if you think about it, it seems like it drags out forever. It's probably all of like 5 minutes or so. In all honesty, isn't it? Like, it's not even 5 minutes long, the whole kitchen sequence, but it seems like it drags out forever because it's so intense and just like grr. So the Raptors, and they've always been my favorite. And they become a fan favorite throughout the entire franchise because you notice how they've gotten bigger in each film. The first one, they're great. The second one, that you have that whole sequence. Actually, I guess the T-Rexes are more important in the second film. But the third film, for sure, the Velociraptors are the most prominent villain or threat. And then they just get more and more. The Jurassic World series, they're the main focus pretty much.
You think the Raptors are a bigger threat than the Spinosaurus in the third one?
I was just gonna say, what are you, drunk? The whole threat of the Spinosaurus breaking through the gate, chasing them throughout the. I would say the.
Yeah, but the Raptors have more accessibility and intelligence and pack. I mean, again, there's that. Yes, it broke through that fence. As you saw, the Spinosaurus broke through the fence.
They're like hardly featured in 3, though.
I don't
know. They take
man.
such a back seat.
It's almost equal in 3 because
I feel like when you're looking at like story structure, you kind of expect everything that happens with the Spinosaurus, but the Raptors are so unknown. It's this question of what are they capable of this entire time, and you know, like, okay, the Spinosaurus is going to come, it's going to do all this stuff, and they're going to find a way to defeat it, but you don't know about the Raptors, I think. And I think, to me, that's what elevated them above. So, like, yeah, the Spinosaurus is the big bad of the film, but you kind of know what to expect with it as it goes along. Whereas the Raptors, it's this question mark.
Yeah, especially towards the end of the film where, like, the heroes think they're safe, they're fine, and then just boom, out of nowhere, there they are, because the Raptors are constantly hunting them down. But again, Cody, why do you keep just making this whole stream sidetrack to JP3? That's not this.
Because it's the best. It's the strongest the entire franchise. It's the golden key of the golden lock.
So we're coming back July 18th to do a Jurassic Park 3?
Of course.
Game. Let's go.
When is JP3's 30th anniversary? I'll see you guys then. Yes is the answer to that. So
it was July 18th, 2001.
We got 8 years.
Wow.
All right, I'll be there.
Wow, we got some time. Yeah, you'll be there. I'll be there too with my Jurassic Park cane with a mosquito in the tip.
I would love one of those.
Oh my god, I got to tell you all a funny story. I swear to God, if it weren't for the fact that I had to work today, I thought of going to like a professional place, getting my beard and hair dyed solid white, getting a white shirt, a straw hat, and like I don't know if I get the full outfit because it's like you only see me from here down anyway. I almost did a full John Hammond for the stream. I came so close, but then I was like, I don't know how. Everybody might ask questions if I show up to work with a bleached white beard and hair.
I think you.
I wanted to. I should have just not cared and did it anyway. But
yeah, that's the correct answer.
Santa cosplay.
Come on, it's like everybody would like anybody like
Christmas in
you'd be
July.
able to tell who the cool people were because they're the ones who would have recognized you.
This dude just loves KFC.
Yeah, that's kind of the general idea. It's like, oh, okay.
What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken?
Oh my God.
You're welcome.
Michael.
All you Spaceballs fans out there.
Oh my God. Yes. I believe me. I know what you're talking about.
I know you know what I'm talking about. But do they know that I know that you knew that we knew that I knew that you knew that I knew what we were talking about? I don't know what I'm talking about.
Somebody in the stream's doing a good Jeff Goldblum, though.
Oh, yeah.
Just say it.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of Jeff.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yes. Whoops, it disappeared slightly. I don't like that. So there are many quotable lines from the film. I could list them off, the ones that I think are most notable in my head, but I want to hear from y'all first because this is you guys' stream, and then it's mine secondary.
I mean, yeah, we could spend the next 2 hours just reciting the entire
The whole
script.
yes. The
It's
whole
so
script.
quotable. But the dialogue is so realistic, but so quotable. It's not like they created these funny or iconic lines knowing that like, oh, this is going to be a thing. It's natural dialogue, but it comes out so well.
Oh, Oscar, don't take mine.
But like my wife and I, we end up quoting Jurassic Park on a near weekly basis, just really small things. You know, if we're hugging each other too tight, one of us says, "Oh, Lex, you're choking me." It's those things. They just come up in conversation naturally.
There's so many great like references that you can utilize it in. I mean, you can just utilize it in any everyday conversations.
And like, you're like, oh, that was a Jurassic Park thing, and they don't know, but I know. And it's a lot of those. It helps when they're like really short, small things that you can just take and use. Push, come on, little one. Just these little things that you can just inject into.
I say that
life.
so much.
I was gonna do the whole Malcolm rant from the dinner, but
oh God,
I want to
Do
take
it.
up.
Do it. What are you talking? You can't just
Let
drop that.
Universal know.
Okay, well,
Let Universal know what they do now.
Don't you see the danger, John, inherent in what you're doing here? Genetic power is the most awesome force this planet has ever seen, and you wield it like a kid who's found his dad's gun. I'll tell you the problem with the scientific power you're using here. You didn't require any discipline to attain it. You read what others had done, and you took the next step. You didn't acquire the knowledge for yourselves, so you take no responsibility for it. You stood on the shoulders of geniuses to accomplish something as fast as you could, and before you knew what you had, you'd patent it and packaged it and slapped it on a plastic lunchbox, and now you're selling it. You're trying to sell it. Your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. And no, this is not some species that was obliterated due to deforestation or the building of a dam. Dinosaurs had their shot, and nature selected them for extinction.
Round of everybody. Oh my God.
Wow.
That was glorious.
The Oscar goes to Adam.
And the Oscar goes to.
Well, it's there.
Yep.
Like,
Even Oscar gave it to him.
Oscar gives you an Oscar.
And the me goes to.
Adam, that was one big pile of shit. I'm kidding.
That was amazing.
that was great. Oh my God.
You're never allowed to watch this movie again. You've clearly seen it too many
Fair,
times.
fair.
You
I accept the term.
must be stopped. That was genius. That was really great. Thanks for doing that for us.
That was yes. I wouldn't have.
Thank you for indulging.
No, we wanted to hear it. That was great.
Oh my God! Just
That
all you
was
need
great.
is the leather jacket and the glasses. And
Let me just some chest.
the chest. Yeah, you got to just like sprawl out on a stretcher, shirtless, and just like that.
And then whenever you laugh, you have to laugh like this.
Hair.
Yeah, there you go. That's how you got to do it.
All right. Well, all right. I guess if you could choose one, what do you know? What do you say more than anything else? Which one do you choose as like
the line?
The line that you say more than like, what do you like best? I can see you're struggling. It's
I know, like, and I
so
had time to think about the question.
We can come back to you. We'll move on, and then we can let you think.
Come back.
The man just recited 10% of the entire script to us. Give him a break.
He deserves to be. He gets more pass than anybody else.
No, he should.
You will make sure to wash your hands before you eat anything, won't you? That was always my
That was on
favorite.
my list.
After she's digging in that great big pile of poop. I'll say poop because we're trying to keep it PG.
Now you do.
Yeah, now I do. Yeah. Yeah, that always made me laugh. But my two favorites are when Clever Girl. I think that's I say that to my wife all the time whenever she does something. I'm like, clever girl, you know. And Life Finds a Way. I think that's one that's probably like most iconic with it. Wasn't that even like the tagline of like the second one?
No, I think it's
Something
they're
has
not
survived.
extinct.
Something has survived. That's right. Yeah.
But it said more in the second one. Life Will Find a Way is said more in the second one than it is in this one.
Life,
Yeah.
You know what I've always, you know what? Yeah, what I've always found funny about when I watch the film, everybody loves to make fun of Jeff Goldblum because of how much he says but they always go like life finds a way. He doesn't say life finds a way. He just says life finds a way. That's one of those misinterpreted lines. Just like
he says
we're gonna need it. Does he say life finds a way? I thought he just
says,
straight up says life finds life.
No, he says
no,
life. He actually.
I thought he goes life. He pauses and he just finds a way.
There's an
Is there an
but it's one, just one.
Very subtle.
There's like 14. There's not like 14 in there. It's just
I love when people like over exceed the amount because life
it's like people doing a Dracula impression and they're like blah. It's like he doesn't do that. Like, oh, I get to be big for that. Okay, cool.
So those are the two that you land on when it comes to anything. It's always you're gonna wash your hands, right? And life finds a way.
Yeah, I always say because my wife's a nurse.
Or clever girl. That's what you said. Clever girl.
Yeah, well, Clever Girl and Life Finds a Way, and then you will remember to wash your hands before you eat anything. Like my wife's a nurse, so she'll come home and she'll be like, "Oh, I dealt with this patient that has like this or whatever going on." I was like, "Oh, well, you did remember to wash your hands before you ate anything, right?" Like. So
this is love.
Like, I had to, peel this bacteria off a human skin or something, and and I'm like, oh,
you should have seen that cyst at work today, honey.
What's that?
You should have seen that cyst at work today, honey.
For real, she'll come home and like tell me all these stories, and I'm just like, you did remember to wash your hands before you ate anything, right? But yeah. Or I also quote this is off topic, but I also quote the 98 Godzilla. He's like, "Hey, I'm eating. Don't you say I'm eating?" But yeah,
I do that, but alone in my home, talking to my toys. So it's not as. Listen, I'm trying to eat. Stop interrupting me, toys.
Working in the sign business, I say, you crazy son of a bitch, you did it weekly, if not multiple times a week. Like just last week, we were doing a high rise. We were putting up a coffee sign. And it just was not going in. It was not going in. So he kept punching in more holes. Finally set it in. I didn't think it was going to work. I just looked in. I was like, crazy son of a bitch. You did it. And he's a big Jurassic Park fan. He doesn't care about Godzilla, but he loves Jurassic Park. So anytime we're up, like working next to trees or anything, it'll be over us and he'll come through it and be like, da-na-na-na-na, looking like a Brachiosaurus. It's so quotable. It's so quotable.
What's wonderful about it, it's so well known amongst. It doesn't have to be. It's not technically a nerdy film. Everybody can love Jurassic Park, and so thus everybody can quote the film. So there's many people out there that wouldn't be considered like nerds like us that could say and understand the lines and be like, you could be like, hold on to your butts, and they'll be like, ah!
He said
anybody, yeah, anybody can understand it.
All right, I've got it. This is also similarly hard for me because the whole thing is so friggin' quotable. But I have two. I have a tie between two. A serious one and a funny one. The serious one is right at the beginning, and it's Hammond's first line when he pops the cork on the champagne, and Grant says, "Hey, we were saving that," and Hammond, of course, says, "For today, I guarantee it."
Okay, I guarantee it.
That's the first thing you hear him say, and that sets everything up. Like that's such a beautiful way to get him in the movie because it's like yeah, once he knows what he's getting into, Grant probably would have thought, yeah, I probably should have saved that champagne for the first time I saw a living dinosaur.
What kind of park is this?
Yeah, what's going on? The second one, it's a tie. I have to pick one Nedry line.
Ooh.
And for me, it's gotta be, no wonder you're extinct. I'm gonna run you over when I come back down.
That's really good.
Newman.
Hello, Newman. Hello, Jerry.
Hello, Dilophosauri.
Yes. No, I love him in this film. He's the villain you love to hate. And we got Dodgson here. Like, that's great too. Like, everything he says is a gold because he's just such a schlub. He just he's so awful. But he's a schlub. Tell me, look at that guy. Tell me he's not a schlub. He's a schlub. But no wonder you're extinct. Like, he's what a cocky thing to say. And then what? 15 seconds later, he's dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming out. He comes and gets him, and he goes, ah! He does that great yell. Yeah. And it gets him.
Damn,
But
you did
yeah,
that right.
I had
That
to
was
get one.
impressive. Can you do that again, please?
That was really good. Yeah, you really did that good. I can't.
There. Ladies.
I can't do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's my mating call to my wife. I'm like, hey,
Oh, no.
Wait, no, now you do it again.
Crowd
I was about to say, hang on, you did a good movement there.
I come home from a long day of work and I'm like, hey, babe, you know. Yeah.
Does it work?
Huh?
Does it work? Or is it
Never,
just-
not once.
Okay, I wanted to check.
Do you like fan out your beard and try to spread it around your neck and like just
Yeah.
There.
you like hawk up something at her and she's like, oh hey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Moving on.
All right.
Slippery slope.
So
All right, time to try to figure out what quotes work and really trying hard not to pick one from Goldblum. I really
That's
tried.
hard.
Oh,
Like, I had to challenge myself not to. And
Yeah, I know,
Yeah.
right? And there's a lot of lines that are
90% of
quotable.
the film is his quotes.
Yeah. I mean, it is so quotable, even with the constantly. And even when you read the quotes written out, some of those
Chaos.
pauses are put in there actually in text form. So, but I was thinking like things like spare no expense. Yeah, we quote that sometimes, but it was just something he said. It was almost a nervous tick. Things like that. But
That's
this one could have almost been the tagline for the movie, actually, and I loved it when I heard it. Was God creates dinosaurs, God destroys dinosaurs, God creates man, man destroys God, man creates dinosaurs. And yeah, Ellie has the last word there, and it gets a good audience reaction.
Eat, man.
Yep.
Woman inherits the earth.
And then the theater starts cheering.
Oh yeah, they love that.
Womanhood! Woo!
Right. Yeah, but that could have been the tagline to the movie. I loved that actually, and
It's a long ass tagline.
yeah, but he summarizes it, very well, and he's trying to bring into perspective what they're seeing here. One other line that actually he said that it's not necessarily iconic, but it did get an eruption of laughter in the theaters beyond what actually some of the other ones did. Was what do they got in there? King Kong.
Oh my god, that's so iconic because I mean, when Spielberg was trying to figure out what he wanted that gate to look like, he went back to King Kong. He was like, I want that he was like when King Kong comes through the gate and he pushes it open and pushes all, that's what I wanted, like kind of clear representation of. And that's what they landed on, because there were several different drawings and stuff, and when he kind of said, something similar to King Kong, and then they showed him, and he was like, that's it.
Yeah,
So that's a clever nod. I'm surprised well, it is Universal, so they got away with it.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. But the other one that Goldblum says that is actually one I quote and put different subjects in this one is and I'll reenact it. Eventually, you want to have dinosaurs on your dinosaur tour, right? Hello. Hello.
God, I hate that man.
Hey, eventually we're gonna have dinner on our dinner night.
Right.
Eventually, let's fill in the blank with anything. It works. It's
Yeah,
universal.
things like Disney, comes out with. Eventually, you're going to have Thor in your Thor movie, right? You're eventually going to have Doctor Strange be the lead in your Doctor Strange movie, right?
Eventually, there is going to be some actual meat on this cheeseburger. Hello,
hello.
Yeah, yes. There's going to be this specific ingredient I got with my specific food. Like anything, you can do anything with it. It's like there's eventually going to be a bus on this bus line. I have somewhere to be. It could be anything. It could be anything.
Wow, that is, y'all ain't wrong. I mean, that's a good way of looking at that line, because you can pretty much interpret whatever you want into that and make it so. Ah, man,
the pressure's on.
Yeah, I'm the one that came up with this question. Yet I've been like, I haven't studied for any of my own stuff that I've asked. I will say the one that I use the most, and it just when I do my video game streams, or just when I'm talking to myself as I'm out delivering the mail, or just in every day-to-day anything, I just like if something's like starting to like if I'm about to like get amped up about something, I go, hold on to your butts. I say hold on to your butts so much. It's nuts.
You're a mailman?
Okay,
the joke is I'm a mailman as well. I'm kidding. I'm a mailman as well.
I was like, wait a minute. Hang on. I've heard that before. Shut up.
I'm going to do it every time now, Samson. I'm a mailman too. I'm a mailman too.
I know. That's what's great about it is I was like, hold on. I've heard that exact same fluctuation, that exact same. Of course it's you. Yeah, hold on to your butts. And I love clever girl. I use that. It's those are two that I use. I guess even though we're like, hey, what's the most the number one you can land on? It's those two. It's hold on to your butts and clever girl, which are two of the most. I mean, those are very kind of iconic. But y'all weren't wrong about Dotson. We've got Dotson here. Nobody cares. Nedry is such a just dork doofus of a character. His lines are pretty great.
Thanks, Dad. Like everything he says is just gold. I'm sorry, it is.
Who, Nedry or Michael?
Michael too. I was talking about Nedry, but I'll throw Michael a bone.
He'd like that.
Oh God, come on, Peach. Oh, it's okay. Oh wait, we just. Let the games begin. Damn it, it keeps going. So, if I can count the deaths in chronological order, are we supposed to assume that the gate lifting operator he did not make it because
he died?
Yeah. All right, I couldn't remember if they actually announced during because it wasn't made clear as far as I was concerned if he actually did or didn't make it. So the gate lifting operator for the first one. The cow, no.
See?
All right, so gate lifting operator for the first one, Gennaro by the Rex when he was shaken to death off the toilet. Then, if I keep going in order correctly, Nedry by the Dilophosaurus because he met his fate by the Dilophosaurus, and then Alan Grant was immediately washing his face.
Sorry.
Oh my God, let me see if I'm doing this in order right. Muldoon by Clever Girl, and then lastly Mr. Arnold, because that is the way we didn't actually see it, but we saw the arm. The arm was the last thing that we technically saw in the film. So those are the ones. Is that 5 deaths? So gate lifting operator, Gennaro,
5 deaths.
Nedry, Muldoon, and Mr. Arnold. Those are the 5 deaths of the film.
That's interesting. No, Adam and I just had the same.
Yeah, was that on purpose?
I feel
what
like
y'all do?
Like there's no way it's not, right? That would be a heck of a coincidence.
In Lost World, they call the islands the 5 deaths, and there are 5 deaths in the film.
The original film.
I know. Okay, yeah. So we got Joffrey, Gennaro, Nedry, Arnold, Muldoon.
Wait, he has a name? I didn't know the gate lifting
Yeah.
operator had a name. I thought it was
Joffrey,
just
raise the gates.
Joffrey, raise the
That's right.
gates. Yeah.
Yeah.
host I am. I don't even know my stuff.
I assume he died because there's some dialogue about Gennaro's arrival where he's talking about the incident that's why he was sent to check out the island to look at its safety and stuff. Because of the death. But I'm gonna go with
who had it
Joffrey
worse?
having the worst because I can't imagine his health plan is like. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. They're all.
It was fairly prolonged too.
Yeah, and it's just not. I don't know.
You don't know what happened to the bottom half of them.
You don't want to know.
Slipping through.
Yep. What a
I don't know. That would be. I don't. Okay. So going through each one, Gennaro's death. That I feel like it was rough, but also fast. Like done.
Oh, I mean that thing. He got shaken, but how long before he was actually? If you think about it, he had to have been knocked unconscious before he actually died during that sequence.
Well, I mean, it was still a matter of seconds. Nedry, like, I feel like not a lot of people would say Nedry because they're like, oh, well, he deserved it, but also.
But that probably didn't.
He was screaming for a while.
Lasted.
That, yeah. But there is kind of a sense of the comeuppance with that one a little bit. Arnold, I don't know, even he knew not Arnold, Muldoon. Muldoon knew like what was going to happen. And even like he showed like respect for these creatures right until the end. I feel like that's my favorite death in the whole thing, just because I feel like he's so tied to the Raptors that like that absolutely makes sense that they outsmarted him and he appreciated that on some level.
Hey, Facebook user, you gotta put your name. You gotta figure out how to put your name in on through StreamYards. Just letting you know.
But yeah,
oh my God, Michael, really?
Clever girl, Michael. Clever girl.
But yeah, I'm gonna go with Joffrey. I think it was so unexpected and so kind of drawn out, and from the legs up. And I don't know. I don't know how much they were trained on these creatures, or if they're just you're hired to move the forklift and you're doing this and that.
And how much like he knew anything? He was just like, "I'm gonna lift the gate, I guess."
Yeah, if you're forklift certified, I do this.
Do anything, man.
And now I'm being eaten alive. Like, yeah, all the others saw the creature.
It took so long before anybody did anything about it. I mean, he was screaming, "Shoot! Shoot!" And they were all just trying to tase the bitch, and it didn't happen.
That's another line. That's a good line.
Shoot!
Shoot! Oh, that is a great one.
That was on my list too.
Oh yeah, well, I was gonna come back to. So sorry. No, I was gonna come back to the. We were saving that, but Danny got it. Which was a good one.
We were saving that.
What's it? Spare no expense. I mean, that's.
Oh my God, I forgot. Spare no expense. That's used so much.
So I think the line that I end up saying the most is, "It's good," when Dr. Sattler's eating the ice cream.
When she's
like Hammond's surrounded by like 6 gallons, and he's like, "It was melting." So,
yeah.
And she's like mad at him, and then she eats it. She's like, it's good. And he's like, yeah, spare no expense. But my wife, I think the line she says the most is, "I prefer to be called a hacker." Just in response to just stuff.
Oh my God! I actually have a question that should have been asked during the stream. There could be a number 10 question, but I forgot to add it. But I'll keep it on the back burners.
Mine was going to be Joffrey, but I don't want to have the same as everybody, so I'm going to go with my number 2, which was Nedry and the Dilophosaurus. I think that getting spit with that venom and it's in your eyes and it's in your mouth and it's burning and suffocating, and then you think you get away and you turn and there it is and it does the frill thing. It's just, and you're literally getting eaten alive. It's not like the Rex, where it's going to bite you in half and it's going to be a relatively quicker death. The Dilophosaurus, poisons you and you're paralyzed and you feel it while it's, ripping your flesh away. And it's that scream. And I think that was pretty. I love the lawyer seeing his legs kick out of the Rex's mouth and everything. That was awesome. But that I think that's a relatively quick death. It just on pure pressure alone, it's going to crush your insides and probably kill you, split you in half pretty fast. But Nedry just getting poisoned, and I think it was a slow, painful death.
Now you say that he was paralyzed. I know that the lore dictates that it was like a dinosaur, like kind of mixed with a snake. That was kind of what the idea was of the Dilophosaurus. You said that it paralyzed it? Because it spit in his eyes, and that sucked. Right. That really sucked. But why do you think that he was paralyzed? I didn't get that from the film.
It's mentioned in the narration that the venom causes, quote, blindness and eventually paralysis, end quote.
Boom! Thank you, Daniel.
There you go.
Okay, fine. I don't know things.
Who's hosting this show?
I just work here, man. I just work here. Okay. Well, okay. Again, yeah. I didn't actually know that part of the lore. I watch it like.
Just imagine not being able to move, but you're feeling it. You're feeling the bite. It's ripping your cheek off. You're feeling it rip your arm off, or you're feeling your stomach get slit open and the guts pour out. You're feeling the kneecap get ripped from your leg, but you can't do anything. Eventually you probably wouldn't even be able to scream.
You are alive when they start to eat you.
Boom.
Yep.
Just saying.
Again, right, Bill off here just stealing answers, stealing them from my mind with that ESPN he got.
I'm sorry. Cody, that just means that we're drift compatible. We could
dude.
I see what you did there. We're all
getting nerds. Look at that big old Russian bastard.
Yes, Cherno.
I'm gonna say Nedry all day, dude, because if it does eventually cause paralysis, there's no way he wasn't dead before that happened. He fell down the little cliff thing, got back up. He's in a bad mood. He's having a bad day. He needs his Xanax. He doesn't have
his glasses. He doesn't his glasses.
Yeah, it's raining. He's in a piss mood. Gets in his truck. Boom. Blinded. And then he's getting eaten alive. That's definitely the worst death. The raptor taking out the hunter. I can't remember his name. I feel like that was pretty quick. That raptors are pretty big. You're not lasting very long. T-Rex, same thing. You're gone in 15 seconds probably. But I feel like Ned sat there and got eaten alive for a couple of minutes before he was out. I'm like,
that was a lot of man to be eaten alive too. So that took a while.
He was taking his time, and plus that was he was in a horror, a serial killer scenario. He was getting stalked by this thing. It was playing with him, toying with him. It was, he was not having a good time. So Ned all day.
All right, Nedry. We got 2 Nedrys up in here.
All right.
Daniel, we've got Daniel here.
Nobody cares. It's the I'm gonna have to give it to the goat. I'm sorry.
I left him out. I'm sorry.
No, I have my one is the goat. My second spot is that kid at the beginning's love of dinosaurs. Gone. Any enthusiasm he ever had for paleontology, dead. Murdered. That kid never slept again. Okay. That kid is still in therapy 30 years later.
Now what's the conspiracy theory that kid grew up to be Chris Pratt in Jurassic World? Have you all heard that? Where he's like, he grew up to be Chris.
I've seen it. It's silly. I've seen it. Okay, for real answer, it's I'm gonna keep dogpiling on poor Nedry. I think it's him because for all the reasons that have been laid out, that poor dude was like he couldn't see before anyway because he Velma'd himself and lost his glasses, and now he's got goop in his eyes. He can't see. He's slowly losing the ability to fight back, and he's stuck in a car and he can't get out. He can't move. He can't see. And something is eating him one little mouth bite at a time, just ripping chunks of them out.
Desperately needs a Snickers.
Yes. And again, as it was alluded to earlier, there's a lot of Nedry to go around. So that Dilophosaur,
that boy thick.
That Dilophosaur will
be thick.
Eating for a month. Like that's throw them in the fridge. Eat the rest later. But yeah, the Muldoon presumably went fast. Like that raptor like opened him up, and he probably suffered a lot too. Again, he probably the exact same thing that happened during Grant's description of what a raptor does to you probably happens to Muldoon. So I imagine he suffered a lot.
Eats you. You are alive.
Yes, it's pretty bad. I mean, Joffrey, I imagine he probably got eaten pretty fast. Like, I mean, I'm down for lawyers getting eaten by dinosaurs any day of the week. That's always awesome. Bonus points if toilets are involved. And we don't really see what happens to Arnold, but we know it's bad. We know it's bad because we see what's left of him, right? So, and that was a scene that, like, I scared the crap out of me as a kid. Just that arm when it comes out and grabs her shoulder. When I saw the hand, like I would always turn away as a kid because I saw it once and it scared me, and I'm like, nope, not looking. So as a kid, I did not look. The minute I saw the music was about to crescendo and I started to see the hand poke up, I would look away for the next like 10 seconds of the movie.
Oh my God.
It did it. I mean, I was like 5 or 6. It scared me. You know, I was fine a few years later, but when I was little, it scared me.
Now I forget the sequence of events. So the first time that we see the raptor, you know, she was like, I think we're back in business, and then it pops out between the electrical coils, and she freaks out. And she backs up. When does Mr. Arnold's arm drop on her after that? Like,
yes,
it's after the raptor pops out and she like comes out of that room.
She freaks. Like, she runs. She backs.
That's right.
She
freaks out. She like turns around. The arm's still attached to her. She freaks out. She backs up, and the raptor attacks the gates.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm remembering things.
I actually recommend watching the movie, Samson. I bet you'd like it. It's a good movie. I'm sorry, it's me. I think your screen froze, Samson. Oh no, there it goes. Sorry.
That's tomorrow night. That's during the anniversary stream.
Oh no, but no, honestly, I'm gonna be like all kidding. With like the first few times I saw the movie, trying to figure out the order where the hand showed up, because again, it spooked me, and I wanted to remember where it was in the movie so that I didn't see it again, like because I didn't want to see the hand. So when the light started to pop back on, and she's like, "I think we're back in business." For a while, I started closing my eyes at that part because I thought that's where the hand came out, but it wasn't. So that entire sequence was a blur to me because I didn't look at it as a kid. When I was really little, I was like, no, I can't look at this. It's spooky. And now I know it, but it is like, it's a freaky scene. And again, that's our first big reveal of the raptors too. Yeah. So it's like, there's a lot going on.
I'm sorry. Did you land on Nedry or Mr. Arnold?
Nope, Nedry.
You said a lot. Nedry. Okay, you said several. You basically described every death. So I was trying to like, which one is he actually landing on here?
Arnold. Nobody's going to pick Arnold. I figured he needed a shout out for how messed up that was.
Well, it is kind of petrifying to think about. It's like you don't really officially get to see what happens to him. So behind the scenes, I mean, knowing what the Raptors can do. But it was just one, as far as we know. There was only one down there in the basement with him instead of him being like ripped to pieces by several. So who knows? But it's not my turn.
Samson, somebody in the chat named Rhonda is asking if we could see him. Just so you know, Rhonda, we can see you.
Yes, we can indeed. You were probably the Facebook user from earlier that was trying to. Yes, the answer is yes. Yeah, you were probably the Facebook user when we were like, "Hey, by the way, you gotta like sign in, do the thing, and blah 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 blah." So yes, you are indeed visible. Clever girl.
Just to spite you, Daniel, I'm picking Arnold.
Oh,
No, I'm kidding.
darn it.
And I was going to say the question actually didn't say human death, so yeah, and that's why you mentioned the goat, right? Yeah. So
Yeah, well, in the when I was listing off all the different things, I said the cow jokingly, and then I was like, oh well, the cow. That cow got ripped apart by 3 raptors.
It's true.
pretty awful. Yeah. I'm gonna go with since I gotta break the mold here. I'm gonna go with a Gallimimus number 42. That
oh my god, the Gallimimus that we
gets out there, and T-Rex comes out of nowhere. And actually, this is the brilliance of the CGI artists and the storyboarding of things, is that the T-Rex didn't just catch him with one bite and it's over. He catches him, he gets him down like an animal would, and there's the galley that calls for mercy just for a second there before he's ripped to shreds again. So it's before dealing the death blow, and that just little subtle movement there that they put in the sound effect and the visual, I think that actually really works. So it just shed a pretty good tear for the photons and pixels that were inconvenienced for a minute there. But other than that, plenty of human death in this, that, the 5 that died. And they make a big deal about that. It's like, it could be like a film where there's kind of death going on all over the place. These 5 deaths actually do impact the cast or the characters that we have here. That does actually leave an impact. They aren't just disposable. It's not like when you have the giant monster running through the movie and there's just people being stomped and buildings being crushed and death happening everywhere, but we don't know who they are. They're just extras. And in this case, these deaths actually leave an impact. The whole reason for the inspection of the island is because of Joffrey's death. Okay, so and then the whole reason we have the events of Lost World are because of those 5 deaths that happened, and why there's all these lawsuits and people trying to retake control of the island or take it away from John Hammond is because of how irresponsible he was with the security at the park and all of that. So I think there's something to be said about that. And speaking of because you mentioned it, maybe Tim growing up to be Chris Pratt in the Lost World. I thought there was a big missed opportunity in what was the second Jurassic World called? It wasn't Dominion. It was
Fallen Kingdom.
Fallen Kingdom. Yeah.
Or no, not Tim. The kid that was like when Alan Grant was like, because the kid was like, that doesn't seem scary. It's almost like a giant turkey.
Oh, that kid. Yeah.
That kid was the one. There's many conspiracies. Like if people have said, oh man, that chubby kid grew up to be the guy that was obsessed with raptors, and which is Chris Pratt.
That kid was, I believe, Steven Spielberg's son, actually. And have to look that up. But I was actually thinking of Tim growing up to, be someone. There was in the second Fallen Kingdom, the young man who basically was, he was swindling them to go back to the park or go back to the island and catalog, but actually he was trying to take the dinosaurs and bring them, to the mainland and all that. I thought that should be the grandson of Hammond making the same mistakes again that his grandfather did. What a missed opportunity. Could that have been Tim all grown up? And arranging this auction and all that he was doing to profit off of what his grandfather left behind. But in the end, it was just a businessman that was cutthroat and all that. So he was just a small, slimy capitalist and whatever else. But I thought what a missed opportunity. What if it didn't even need to be the same actor? It could have been someone playing that role. But that's what I have. So moving on.
Dang. Y'all have made me question. Y'all have made me
no.
question my original answer. But you know who hasn't been mentioned? I mean, he kind of was mentioned, but all right. My personal opinion is it's Muldoon. That was he was screaming bloody murder because that thing, it was, I don't think that was a quick death. Y'all were like, it probably went pretty quick. That thing was biting the ever-loving hell out of his face. That doesn't mean instant death. I mean, the raptor pinned him down, and of course, there's that infamous line from the beginning. It's like, and when they eat you, you are alive. So, I mean, that raptor, and then there's like, there's its eyeball, like right there on the log, and then the snake slithers across, and he's just kind of like peeking, but you can still hear Muldoon screaming bloody murder. That was not a quick death. That was an insufferable amount of, suffering. Because seconds of suffering equals minutes. It seems like minutes. Like it just, you think, oh yeah. No, that dude did not come out. That was ferocious when it came to his death. I've always, I mean, that scene has always terrified me. And the fact that he knew it was coming and he tried to stop it, like he was pointing at the other raptor, and then there it is. And he's like, clever girl. And he tried to do something about it, but at a split second, didn't happen. And he got torn to shreds, starting with the face. Ugh. Bad way to go. And that's, I mean, y'all made great points. I did not realize the thing about Nedry with the whole paralysis thing. I did not know that was a canon thing. I don't know why. I guess, is it mentioned later on in the film? Am I mistaking, or is it just like a where am I falling with this whole like paralysis thing with Nedry?
Is when they're first driving by the Dilophosaurus.
Oh, the microphone says it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hey guys, something popped up. I'm gonna have to head out a little early. Apologize.
Okay.
It's been great talking Jurassic Park with you guys, even though there was not a lot of Jurassic Park 3 talk. It's okay. It's all right. I'll be back in 8
No stream is perfect.
It's cool. But I appreciate the talk, guys. Hope you all take care.
Yeah, I hope your night's awesome, man, and take care of whatever you got to. And thanks for being here as always.
For sure. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Good luck on the stream.
Of course. Thank you. That means a lot. See you next time. Life finds a way.
See you later, man.
So yeah, again, so Muldoon is where I land with that. Nobody actually, I think nobody landed on that. It was mentioned, but nobody actually like dedicated that one as their official answer. But that's always one that stuck out to me because it's pretty excessive when you think about it.
Well, if you read the original comic book, he technically survives and comes back later. But nobody cares about that. It's fine. I'm not making that up. I don't remember which book it is, but there is a comic book continuation of the first film that was released before Lost World, where he just shows up and he's like, "I got better.
I got better.
like
I got eaten by a raptor.
I got eaten by a raptor. I got better.
I got better.
It's I know. Me neither.
I managed to survive somehow.
Yeah, he's just so good that he regrew his face.
Man, everybody's landing on Nedry. I mean, Rhonda in the chat,
Nedry supremacy.
There's Nedry supremacy going on up in here.
Supremacy. We can see you, Rhonda. No worries. We got you. We can see you.
No. All right. Question number next.
Oh, this one.
The reason I chose this one because it can be almost secondary. Who was more at fault for the park accident? The negligence of John Hammond or the literal, what Dennis Nedry did? It can be left up to interpretation because John Hammond kind of technically didn't do a really good job of screening his employees before he hired them on, but Dennis Nedry was quite literally responsible. So, y'all go.
Okay, this is another one that my brother and I went back and forth.
I love it, man. I love it.
We came down to essentially, technically, Nedry is the closest to responsibility. However, we think that a Nedry or a Nedry level event would have been an eventuality, which then falls on Hammond. If it wasn't Nedry, it was going to be someone else because of the same things, because of what Hammond had set up, the not understanding the undertaking that this was, and not knowing more about the creatures, and trying to do something so big, maybe too big, that you have all these failures that you never considered that would then come to pass. So I'm going to go with ultimately Hammond.
Wow. Well, I mean, yeah, because there was that whole thing about Nedry, I will not get into another financial debate. So even though he's rich as all be it, he was like,
spare no expense except for
tech support.
I'm like, I think that's a little more clear in the books, where Nedry takes the job not really understanding exactly what it's going to be, and it ends up being so much bigger than any of them had anticipated. Yeah, so what he's talking about, he's like, do you know what amount of work this takes to run the entire park from 3 people in this room? And Hammond's like, I don't know. That's your thing. That's what I'm paying you to do. But I'm not going to pay you more.
I'm just responsible for the ice cream and the voiceover and the cars. That's all I know what to do.
Oh, it's Richard Kiley.
He's the ice cream man. The very rich ice cream man.
I gotta say Nedry. He shut down the security system, stole the embryos. He knew what he was doing. I think that it obviously mixed with the chaos that was the hurricane as well. But I think that the hurricane would have probably caused some damage, and maybe some of the animals would have gotten out and whatnot. But I don't think it would have been nearly as bad. I don't think there would have been a Jurassic Park incident without Nedry. I mean, he shut down the system, stole. He's responsible, in my opinion.
All right, so we got 1v1.
All right, guess it falls to me here. See who. Okay, this is one I went back and forth on.
Here, you're welcome to talk as long as you want, because I'm going to go to the restroom real quick.
Okay, you have fun with that.
Don't get eaten by a T-Rex.
Yeah, please. Oh God, please no. When you got to go, you got to go. So it had to be said. I went back and forth on this one, and it's kind of a question of gun versus trigger man, right? You know what I mean? It's because, yes, if we're talking about the specifics of the movie, then yeah, it's Nedry, because he's the one who pulled the trigger. He's the one who took advantage of all the broken bits on the island, and he went for it. He was the one getting paid. He turned everything off. He, like, everything that specifically happens in the movie that is bad is directly because he did those things. It's his fault. But he was able to do that because the systems in place were not good. Jurassic Park was a flawed concept from the beginning because it was approached. I mean, Jeff Goldblum laid it all out in his big speech. Malcolm nailed it about how they slapped patent on it, yada, yada, yada. They did this. They didn't quite understand what they had.
Oh, they're selling it. They're selling it.
Selling. Yes, you have to hit when you say that. That's an important part of it.
No. Adam did that beautifully.
No, I nobody could do it better than Adam just did. I refuse to try. That's freaking legendary. So that's really the conundrum I came down to. But in my mind, Jurassic Park as much as I will still say, like, yeah, the movie is all the bad stuff in the movie is Nedry's fault. Jurassic Park would have fallen eventually. Somebody else would have done it. Another industrial spy would have broken in. Like, you know, a lot of what happened is also the fault of the tropical storm, and nobody can control a tropical storm, but you can control where you build your theme park. And that's Hammond's decision. Maybe if he built it somewhere with better climate, it would have been better. If he'd have bought a different island, or like not bought, but, you know, leased a different land. All of the decisions about the safety, all of the decisions about, well, we got to get this thing open. We got to get it open to the public. Yeah, the dinosaurs are a little quirky. Some of them, we bred them not knowing how dangerous they were going to be. It's fine. We'll just build the fences bigger. We'll just make them more electric to kind of compensate. But we have to do it all very quickly. And we're not sparing any expense, but we're also not taking our time. And it all comes down to the fact that this guy had a dream and he rushed to make it a reality when he realized that he had the pieces in place to do it. Maybe if he'd taken more time, maybe if he'd thought it through, this wouldn't have happened. A Nedry could have gotten in and tried to mess things up, but he wouldn't have been able to. Maybe if they'd taken an extra year, even a couple of years, maybe if they'd launched in like 95 or 6 instead of 93. I mean, they were planning to launch in 94 because they were saying we're going to open it next year. But maybe if they just had an extra year, maybe if they'd had a little bit more time, they would have done it. But the person steering the ship was, you know, it was already a leaky ship, and that was Hammond. And Hammond's not the villain of this film. I mean, if you read the book, it's a slightly different story. But Hammond, as reimagined in this film, is just kind of the jovial, dinosaur-loving grandfather we all wish we had. But his oversights about the park they're not painted as something villainous or malicious. They're not painted as, you know, like, I don't care who I hurt to make my dream a reality. It's not about that. It's about, he just wanted to do this thing. You know, he wanted to make his little flea circus bigger.
I wanted to show them something real, something that wasn't an illusion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Something you can see and touch, you know, something real. And it's a very selfless thing in that regard, but he was also doing it because, you know, who wouldn't if you had the pieces in place? If somebody said you have the money and the ability to clone an island full of dinosaurs, most people would probably like, yeah, I'll do that. I'll do it right now.
I've got the power.
Yeah. So I think at the end of the day, even though Hammond is one of my favorite characters, I love it. Whenever he's on screen, it just makes me happy to see and hear him in these movies because he's so happy. It's him. It's his fault. It's on him what happened, you know.
He's the cozy grandpa that caused
yeah, I hate to say it, and I this is a tricky one because I think it's up to interpretation, but I could have picked Nedry, but I think it's, at the end of the day, it's the flawed concept and the flawed execution of the concept, and that's not Nedry's department. That's Hammond. Sorry, John.
That's why I asked this question, because I was like, hey, different people could have different interpretations of this question and this answer.
This was the question I was most interested to hear other people's answers for. This one, right here.
And yeah, I'm gonna let the next person go.
All right, make this brief. It is kind of getting late, so I'll keep it brief. But it is John Hammond for a couple of reasons. If you actually listen to some great other lines from Ian Malcolm in Lost World, when he's actually talking to John Hammond about, you know, going back to the park and going to the other island, actually, Site B.
When he's laying in his bed, quote unquote, dying.
Yeah, I mean, he gets up at that point, at least talking to Goldblum about getting a mission together and a team together, and he's saying, you know, don't worry, I'm not going to make the same mistakes. No, John, you're making all new ones. So brilliant, great line. Yeah, and then towards the end of the film, when it's John Hammond's nephew, basically, who brought the T-Rex to San Diego, and it predictably breaks out and runs amok into the city, and there's Malcolm just over his shoulder. Now you're John Hammond. And so it's like,
I love that.
Yeah,
So good.
It's bringing together the responsibility or irresponsibility of John Hammond into that film and showing that it always did come down to his initial decision, and then the fact that he had warnings. He had people that were predicting this ahead of time, and this was predictable and preventable, and he ignored it all because he had his vision, he had his dream, and he wanted to push it forward, and he did. And so nothing was going to get in the way of him fulfilling his dream until it started killing people and then and endangering his own grandchildren. So yes, he holds the responsibility. He's who this falls on. The blood is on his hands, essentially.
Well, money, because that's why.
Money in a dream.
Yeah.
Very
So
powerful thing. Dreams are powerful, just as powerful as money sometimes.
That is the reason why I asked this question, because I was loving the concept of who y'all would think, since we know the literal answer, but also if you think about it in a different, like outside the box, John basically was pretty irresponsible with his decision making in coming up with just a quick, fast, and oh my god, I want to make this happen situation. And as beautiful as the movie is, and even though like all everything points down to Nedry as being responsible, it really is John for making a lot of premature decisions just to get everything launched, everything started, just everything going as quickly and as spared no expensively as possible. Just he thought money could buy his way into this thing working, and it didn't, as we saw, because the 5 deaths. Which, oh my god, y'all are all now that we're talking about this, I didn't even realize that until
that's cool. I didn't think
deaths.
of that, but that's cool.
Because as I was counting out the deaths, I was like, okay, Joffrey.
And then you said those are the 5 deaths. I'm like,
The 5 deaths.
You immediately jumped into that because you were like, by God.
Yeah.
Did we all land on the same answer, or were we all like, it was pretty much John's fault in the most, or did somebody here say Nedry?
Joe, you're muted.
Who is?
Joe is.
Technology figured it out.
Stupid mailman.
Yeah. I said Nedry. I think Nedry, but I totally understand all of your guys' points with Hammond for sure. Like I'm not like, my thing's 100%. I totally understand.
How dare you have your own opinion? That's stupid.
Hey, I don't want to throw us off too much, but there's a surprise backstage.
What do you mean? Where?
There's somebody knocking on the back door.
Somebody knocking. I don't know if you heard the knock, but there's a knock.
Oh my God. Zilla.
Little pig, let me in.
I can't
And remove.
Oh, God. Come on, guys. Like I've been listening to you guys go back and forth about Hammond versus Nedry.
Was this such a disruptive concept that you're like, I have to be in here. I don't care about my wife. I'm coming in.
I've been home for about 30 minutes. Jules has to go to work tomorrow. But we're all forgetting about
10. I don't know how many questions to catch up on, but sure, go ahead.
We're all forgetting about Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu, who actually made the dinosaurs. Dr. Wu's responsible here. Come on.
Yeah, but that isn't really made apparent until like the Jurassic World films that he's the villain.
Who hired Dr. Wu?
Yes.
Mr. Hammond to hire Dr. Wu. Mr.
True.
Hammond's at fault. I agree with Danny. Mr. Hammond's at fault. Screw
Danny
Nedry.
boy.
Oscar! Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling.
Sing to
The
me, Michael.
dinosaurs
Sing to
are
me.
calling.
Sing to me, my boy.
That's a great big pile of Hamilton, by the way.
You caved on that Dr. Wu too quickly.
I
got him.
I
got him.
Yeah, it's true. I can't deny Danny's wisdom. It's the thing.
Wow.
Boy, we got that big brain here right there.
Well, he's got that big brain, I tell you what.
Man, he's got all that. He's got all that fancy
Adam, I
book
haven't
learn-
been drinking, I promise.
He's got all that fancy book learning. All right. Well, how many questions do I have to go? I think I got 2 more to go. So, Michael, you came in at a time.
I think this is the last one, unless you were going to do your bonus one.
Take the best for last.
Oh. I actually forgot about my bonus one.
Okay. Well, then this is the last one, I guess. This is it.
All right. So I'm going to leave it up to the guests.
So is this where do we rank it in the franchise or among all films?
Yeah. I mean, where do you rank the film in terms of cinema? Yeah, it's not really in the franchise because I mean, God, anybody and everybody can have an opinion of where it ranks as far as the Jurassic Park films goes. But how important is this film in cinema? Damn, that was a better question than what I just put.
Okay. Well, this may be okay.
I feel like you're going to say none.
One of the greatest film of all time. There it is.
Yep, it's true.
There it is. As much as we love Godzilla and all these things, I think this holds up so well. Every aspect of it, the sound, the music, the visuals, the pacing, the characters, the dialogue, every single aspect is just superb. They spared no expense. And I mean, when it's Steven Spielberg taking Michael Crichton, it starts here before they've even done anything. And it's the best.
It's good.
It's pretty important as far as cinema goes, and for many reasons. The CGI, actually, it's not my turn.
What Adam said, I mean, great movie that spawned a great franchise. I definitely like the first trilogy more than the second trilogy. However, 30 years later, it's still going strong. We're still getting toys. It's still in pop culture. It's in, the psyche of people. It's probably one of, if not, one of the most revolutionary movies that have come out, and it will forever be in that upper echelon of films. And I can't give it enough credit. I think that it's not perfect, but it's the closest to perfect, because I don't believe anything can be perfect. But no, my wife and I fall asleep to one of the original Jurassic Parks almost every night. It's it's amazing. It's a great film. Fantastic film. 9.9 out of 10, probably.
Pretty good.
I don't really care much for the film, honestly. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, clearly that's why. Just
Jurassic what?
What's this? Cretaceous planet? What?
Carnosaur?
Carnosaur. When's our stream on Carnosaur?
Oh my God!
On right now, actually.
I think this is now the Carnosaur stream.
Carnosaur 2 is on right now.
Yes.
You shut your filthy whore mouth.
God. Okay. Clearly, this is a film that means a lot.
It's gonna freeze.
I'm putting it on this side this time.
Yeah, that might make a difference.
That's the secret. This is clearly a film that means a lot to me. This is a film that I've grown with. It's the same age I am. Like I said before, this is a movie that blew my mind before I knew why it was blowing minds. I didn't have any context for why this film was the landmark that it is, but all these years later, knowing that it's a landmark, knowing what it did for visual effects, knowing what it did in Steven Spielberg's career, the perfect combination of Spielbergian cinematic magic and Michael Crichton and his ingenious brain, and just everything that went. Knowing all of that has only added to my baseline understanding that I had as a child of this film, which was that it was a damn good movie and that I loved it. It's one of the best dinosaur movies ever made, if not the best. It is one of Spielberg's best movies, in contention for his best, I think. One of the best book adaptations, honestly, if you want to go down that route.
Yes.
It's that good.
Yeah.
An interesting way of looking at it too. But it's, even though it changes a lot, it honors the source material. It's fun. It's a fun movie. It's a scary movie. It's funny on occasion. It's thrilling. It's an adventure film. It has one of the best scores of any film ever. It's got John Williams. Like the soundtrack to this movie, like all these years later, it's one of those soundtracks that will, like, when I hear it now, I didn't as a kid because it was so fresh and new, but all these years later, like, yeah. Like I will get emotional listening to the soundtrack of this movie just because I remember how it felt to see it for the first time. And I can go back and watch this movie and I can see the moment when they're in the Jeep and they see the dinosaur and they start to stand up and they look at it and it cuts to that shot. And I feel how I felt the first time I saw it all these years later. I remember that feeling and I still feel it every time. And that's special. And that has nothing to do with me. That has everything to do with this wonderful, amazing film. So it's one of my top favorite films of all time. I think it's in contention for one of the best films of its kind ever made. I mean, I think it's magnificent. This is a magnificent film, and clearly I love it with all my heart. So yeah, Jurassic Park, love it.
I got somebody's tears in my eyes.
You good there, man?
He made you cry with that monologue, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
Sorry, man. Got him emotional. Just need a moment, guys. Just need a moment.
I'm upset that Danny put this movie above 100 million years BC. That's what I'm upset about.
I said one of the best. Listen, this movie. Okay, the one thing going against this movie is that Raquel Welch is not in it. Okay. 4 out of 5 stars. No Raquel Welch. There you go.
Hang on. Okay, so I want to relive some nostalgia here. You've been showing the hell out of the front of this VHS copy. What does the back look like? Hang on. It's been so long.
Ready?
It doesn't exist anymore. 3.
Here it comes. Core
2,
memory.
What?
Core memory unlocked. Here it is.
Core memory unlocked.
Yes, that is it. It was it's just all the human characters for some reason. Huh.
And they got a brush.
Yeah, kind of, but
baby rabbit. You got to hide the dinosaurs. Like that's the thing is you got to hide the dinosaurs because
the dinosaurs.
Oh, damn dinosaurs! Now we can make a baby dinosaur. Yes, there you go.
Classic films are based because of the minimalist quality to the cover. It's just the logo. It doesn't need to add tons of stuff to it.
No, and I'm glad it didn't, to be honest, because if it did, it kind of ruined the nostalgia of it all. It's like, if the case kind of spoils the movie, then it's not really worth it.
Yeah, but the answer is 4. This is number 4.
Wow.
Oh, did you have any questions?
Of what?
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so milestones from history. Number 4. So if you think about movies that everyone has heard of because it's made that much of an impact in everyone, if they've even been a mild movie fan, they've heard of a movie. They've heard of them. They're out there. They know they're out there. They've heard of this one. But in chronological order, because why not? King Kong.
Go for it.
It set the bar high during the Depression. Visual effects, huge blockbuster, and showed the lasting impact of what film could be through the ages. Does anyone remember another movie? I mean, we do because we're film buffs. We're into movies and things. But you just talk to the average or the average Joe that doesn't really know movies that well. It's like, tell me a movie that came before King Kong. Oh, I don't know. They can't name them. All right.
The Lost
After
World.
King Kong. Sorry?
The Lost World.
You can.
1920.
You can.
1925.
We're all
Trip to the
nerds.
moon, man. I went
Yeah,
back
I
as
know
far
you
as I
can.
could.
We're all
But
nerds.
just find somebody who's not into movies that much, but has heard of movies. Okay, they've seen a few, but
Trip
King
to the
Kong-
moon.
Yeah, what they've never heard of that. You and I have heard of that.
No.
After that, Wizard of Oz.
Yes.
It set the bar high. It
Snow
was
White
not
and
the
the
first
Seven
color. It was not the first color. It was the second. Same director, same year as Gone with the Wind, which was the first color film. But after that, we got to make color films because Wizard of Oz did it, and they did it amazingly. Everyone, has a special connection to this film, and it left a legacy, left an impact on the world, and so did King Kong, because everyone's again heard of this. And then next, Star Wars.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, I heard Planet of the Apes was a pretty revolutionary movie.
It was.
Before Star
It
Wars.
was.
Planet
It
of the
was,
Apes
but-
was like a very important movie in cinema because it was like one of the craziest sci-fi movies, and then Star Wars trumped it to the extreme.
Exactly. Yes. And if you ask someone who's mild into movies and things, it's like Planet of the Apes. I think I know if you've seen some.
That's kind of a
I've heard of it. It's out there, but
Yeah,
Star
Tim
Wars.
Burton movie, right?
Anybody nerd knows Star Wars.
Yeah, everyone, I've seen Star Wars, or I've seen some version of Star Wars out there. So yeah, Star Wars, summer blockbuster. It sets the bar high. It's going to be, lasting through the years and set visual effects again to the next level. But in between, they had some really great ones. Spielberg had some great ones too, Jaws, and whatever else. But it was in Indiana Jones.
I said Jaws, Indiana Jones, E.T.
E.T. Yeah, all of those were great.
Close-
But did it
Close
elevate-
Encounters.
Close Encounters. I love Close Encounters.
Yeah,
Oh,
but that's almost a cult classic Steven Spielberg film because when people think Steven Spielberg, they don't immediately go, "Oh, Close Encounters of the Third Kind." They go like, Indiana Jones, Jurassic Park, E.T. Yeah.
Yep. But then after that, Jurassic Park. There was some great visual effects in between, but what jumped into the next level was successful right from the get-go and is still successful and continuing to be successful. Does it leave a legacy? I'd say right after that, what's the next milestone? I'd say the Lord of the Rings trilogy. But other than that, what has become an event at the theaters? It was Wizard of Oz, King Kong, Star Wars, Jurassic Park. Those were event movies. Those were ones that were groundbreaking. So that's why I put it as a number 4.
Okay, hey, you're not
Nice.
wrong.
I like that breakdown. That was really good.
Yeah, that was really cleverly. I really feel not very intelligent at this very moment. Level of good right there. So,
well, thank you.
Saying that stuff about yourself
Superb
again, you got to
analysis.
stop, dude. You got to be nice to yourself.
you just all that fancy book learning,
My head's getting bigger. Thank you. No, thank you. That
And for some reason, Nick Adams' brain grew 3 sizes that day.
Oh, it's my turn. Okay, got it. I was just mesmerized by Nick's soliloquy there.
Yeah, Adrian's like all over you, man.
But I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna keep mine short and sweet. This movie inspired a generation of fans. And it keeps inspiring a generation of. It keeps inspiring fans even to this day. We all grew up with. We all come from a kaiju background, but before kaiju, there was dinosaurs, and before Jurassic Park, we had the Harryhausen films. We had just kind of the oddball dinosaur movie every now and then. But this movie really brought dinosaurs and the things that we obsessed about as children to life. And it was imaginative, like it was groundbreaking. Like the CGI, I watched this movie a few months ago, and the CGI still holds up. You guys have already talked about this, I'm sure.
Yeah,
but the CGI still holds up to this day. Holds up way better than a certain 1998 movie to this day. But Jurassic Park, Jurassic Park was an inspiration for kids during the 90s. It continues to be an inspiration these 30 years later. And that's why it's one of the greatest films of all time.
We're still getting toys, man.
Hey, look, I like toys. I like toys as much as
No,
the
I'm
next
just,
person, but I
saying, like,
appreciate
after
the
all
film.
these years, we're getting like better and better, brilliant toys based off of these original films.
I mean, you can't beat the Mattel soft, the soft touch T-Rex from the 90s, though, man. You can't beat that thing.
I mean, you can try.
You kind of missed my unboxing earlier, so
I did. I'm sorry. I was busy.
yeah. Mr. Adam himself, he is responsible for this new crazy raptor with articulated toe action.
So cool.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's pretty damn cool, but
This is
again,
this is a fairly rare figure.
You cannot beat those early toys though, in that soft rubber when you had like the fleshy pieces coming off.
Yeah,
of
no.
Every one of us lost at some point or another. Like how many of us still have theirs fully intact? I don't know how many here actually do.
Let's click on the man himself. Let's see.
Yes.
It's gone.
Yes. Yeah. Battle damage. Like
me and him,
like those,
we were talking earlier. He was saying that like the pieces themselves are almost more expensive than the toys.
I see a classic right behind Adam there. That red.
Man, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, there he is.
That's my childhood right there.
Isn't that okay? Is that all right? I keep thinking that's the original JP T-Rex figure from 1993. Yep. That thing's filled with foam, and when you break that mofo open, that thing is gonna. I'm fairly certain. I mean, as a kid, I broke mine open because I played with it maliciously outside. Look at that thing. That thing's so full of foam, rubber, or foam. that thing. If you, the fact yours, I mean, that's in great condition, dude.
It absolutely can sing.
That's in tremendous condition.
The electronics are broken. It won't stop roaring. So I had to take the batteries out.
Oh no.
It'll just go for
just
forever.
Never. Just
I mean, what's wrong with that?
Just like endlessly.
Just keep it upstairs and just keep it upstairs in your room, Adam, and it's not gonna. You don't have to worry about it.
It's for the burglars.
It's for the burglars.
I'm going in there. He's got dinosaurs, dude.
All right,
why are you
Adam,
turning yourself into the police? No, this dinosaur was roaring at me, man. I feared for my life.
I keep like misinterpreting left arm and right arm.
Out of curiosity, though, Adam, the same side of your shoulder as the red T-Rex, the one above it. Which one is that one? The big
this
one.
Rex?
The big Rex. Yeah.
This is the Hammond collection.
Which we're gonna get into that.
Oh,
it's beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's probably the greatest not $900 T-Rex figure that exists.
And I know people hate the giant feet, but I'm like, look,
feet are too big.
$50. Yeah, that's.
I mean,
the feet are too big. I agree, but it's still a beautiful piece.
Okay, hey, I have like, all right. Again, I'm trying to figure out like left, right, back, up. Over your right shoulder. What's your right shoulder? That Dilophosaurus, whatever that is that a mask? Is that what is that?
It's it was a Jurassic World Uno game. So it's Uno attack, and it spits cards at you.
Instead of venom.
That's the best thing ever.
And it comes with like little frills that you can attach.
That's really fun.
Oh
no, my God.
Whoever came up with that is an actual genius. That's a great idea.
Just really clever stuff.
Is that the Ceratosaurus from the 90s collection directly behind your head, Adam?
The
one in the box. Carnosaurus. Okay, so Carnosaurus.
Yeah. That is a grail.
Why? Hang on. I'm going to learn some new nerdy stuff here. What about this?
Okay, so this was from Jurassic Park, the original line, but it was series 2.
Yeah.
which I guess there were not a lot of them out there because it was kind of ending.
This
and
is when they
was
started
fun.
making dinosaurs not in the movie.
Yeah. Yeah, the Quetzalcoatlus with there's a lot of extra capture gear and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And this is another one like foam
it's
filled.
not- Well, good God. Yeah, I mean, you just like depleted the price of it by having it opened.
Oh, 100%. I bought it brand new, sealed, and I'm like, nope, I'm taking that sucker out.
Oh hell no! Who the hell just? Oh my God! I can't stand nerds that like are like, oh, I'm gonna keep it.
How dare you play with your toys?
I mean,
Fun? What the hell is that?
I had been looking for this on eBay on like a weekly basis for decades.
Off eBay.
And it was my birthday. I don't remember what year, but I got up. It was before school. I check eBay like I do, and there's one, buy it now, stupid good price. I'm like, this is clearly a scam because of how low the price is, but sure. And I bought it, and sure enough, it showed up a week later.
What's up with his leg?
Oh, got some capture gear on there.
Oh, okay.
I guess it should go.
That's what Mrs. Carnotaurus ties him to the bed with.
Yo.
Oh, good Lord.
PG.
Yeah.
That's
This is one. That's like a retirement plan.
Man, dude. I'm okay. I have to ask. I think I know what it is, but I don't. But I'm still gonna ask. What it immediately over your right shoulder? That Jurassic Park 30th. That your left. I'm sorry, your left.
The box.
Left
the
shoulder.
box.
The
This.
box with
The
the
box.
stripes and stuff. Yes, it says Jurassic Park 30 on it. That looks familiar. I think I know what it is. Is that a Blu-ray or something collection, or is this something completely different that I have absolutely
Completely
no
different.
idea?
This I did a
Okay.
whole video on this. I was kind of upset. So Stylin, I don't know if you've heard of Stylin. They do these like mystery boxes.
I have, yeah.
Yeah. So this was they had a Jurassic World one that was incredible. It had like a raptor claw letter opener and all this just amazing stuff.
Oh
I'm like,
my
that's
God,
that's awesome. Yeah. So buy that one. So then when they announced
If I could have opened your box day with a Velociraptor claw, that would have made tonight.
Well, they announced this one. I'm like, oh, 30th anniversary. The last one was amazing. I can't imagine what's going to be in this one. And it's all like old stuff. There's stuff even like 25th anniversary stuff. And they've since changed their ads because I guess a lot of people are doing reviews on like, this is old stuff that they just had
As
lying
boring
around.
as garbage as meh.
I mean, it's still like nice stuff. And if you didn't have the stuff you'd love, like a blanket and salt and pepper shakers that
Yes.
of the gates.
Pretty cool.
But it
Oh
said
my
specifically 25th anniversary.
Oh,
that's
Oh.
great.
So I'm like, it's old stuff. It's stuff, left over
yeah, they
from Hot Topic.
repackaged it and made it seem like it was awesome.
Yeah. The
Hey,
box is
all-
cool.
the-
I love the
The
box.
only thing that would make that better, Adam, is if it had a set of bed sheets and pillowcases in the box.
Yes.
And some dino onesies, because I mean, who doesn't need some
Yes.
30-something plus year old giant man onesies?
I would buy that. Hands
So
down.
hey, I noticed at the beginning of the stream you weren't wearing what you're wearing now. You changed, or you took off something you were wearing above your said shirt that you're now wearing.
I was gonna do like every half hour just a different Jurassic outfit.
You should have. Oh my
That
God,
would've been
why
amazing.
didn't you do that?
I got caught up in the conversation. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to hear what everyone was saying. But no, I had the Dodson outfit on, and then I was like, "Oh, too sweaty." So I took that off.
Dotson.
I had the where'd it go? The hat.
The hats? No.
They're gone. They're down here. The hat. The glasses were somewhere.
Is that truly like the exact like that design?
No, it's I saw this at Target a bunch of years ago. I'm like, that's the closest I'll ever come.
Oh, okay. I love it either way.
I've
What are you trying
been
to
just
do?
waiting
Look
for an opportunity to wear that.
Trying to look like a secret agent.
I'm starting to get the sense you don't care much for Jurassic Park, Adam.
No, you're not authentic enough. This is
Nope.
I'm not buying it.
I'll see myself.
Speaking, Samson. Speaking of toys, don't we have something we need to do before we wrap up here?
Oh, we definitely do. We yes, we do. Yes, you're not wrong. So the last question was, where do we rate the film overall? And that is now obsolete. So I'm going to get rid of that. And
Is anyone still watching?
yeah, if anyone's actually still watching after all this time. Hopefully everybody's on the West Coast where people are still awake. But something that I really wanted to do to give back to all the awesome fans out there and like basically say thank you is do some giveaways. I want to do some giveaways. And the first giveaway that I'm going to do is I'm going to allow y'all to participate in a chance to win the original Jurassic Park film 4K. And this is my personal copy, but inside it doesn't just have the 4K disc, it has 4K / Blu-ray. So you can, whether you just have Blu-ray, if you have a 4K player, awesome, amazing. So we're going to allow y'all to win this. And the way it's going to work, we're going to do, let's see, how do I do this giveaway thing? I believe it's hashtag, and then I type in whatever I want, which is JP 4K. And everybody, y'all are now allowed the chance to comment in the comment section. As far as I know, I think this is how it works. This is at least what I've been instructed to allow y'all to do. So everybody that wants to enter in for a chance to win this film 4K / Blu-ray disc, y'all just basically type in, wait, is it showing up on screen? I mean, I'm not exactly sure how this works.
It's not showing up yet. I have not seen it.
I think they have to type in a phrase or a hashtag, and then it randomly selects that hashtag.
Okay, well, do I have to type it on screen for everybody to see? Because the giveaway tool pretty much says... All right, you know what? I will type it in the comments section. So hashtag JP4K. So this is what y'all have to type in to either I'm fairly certain this is all I have to do. Actually, I accidentally just entered in myself to win because I just typed in the hashtag and it says one entry. So yeah.
It's a stolen election.
Yeah, it's all my fault.
This thing is rigged.
It's rigged. It's rigged, I say.
What do you have? Dominion count?
So it's hashtag for anyone's interest. It's hashtag JP4K. Type that into the comment section to be entered to win. They'll draw your name, and then you're good to go.
Yes, sir. That is all it takes. So you will be entered in to win a copy of Jurassic Park in 4K, but also Blu-ray because it comes with both. And at the end of this, I'm basically, because it's a waste of time for me to go to the store and actually purchase it. I'm gonna go on Amazon and buy it for you, and then you private message me or anybody else here, and I will just ask you for your address, put that into the Amazon whatever, and I will have it automatically just sent to you as the lucky prize winner. And that is how we are going to go through with this. Michael, while we're waiting, since you missed a lot of it, let's kind of speed round.
Oh God. Okay.
Speed round some questions for you.
Well,
so
I tell you what, hey, before we go, Joe, I know you need to go. Go ahead and give your shameless plugs before we do this.
Yes, please do.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Sorry, guys, I'm going on like 3 hours of sleep since yesterday. I had to work both jobs.
I'm sorry,
so-
you what?
Yeah, I work for the post office and I bounce at a bar at night. So I've gotten about 3 hours of sleep since 6 o'clock yesterday or 5:30 yesterday morning. So
I applaud / envy. Go ahead.
oh yeah, no man, I appreciate you having me on.
It was awesome to have you. You're always such a great guy, and I love having you in here. So I'm so happy that I could host something and have you involved.
No, absolutely, man. Anytime. Thank you guys. And that was great to do it all with you. If you guys wouldn't mind just, subscribing to my YouTube channel at Married to Kaiju. Like I said before, I don't edit or anything with my videos. I don't know how. I don't have the time to learn. So because of that, it is the rudest, crudest way you will see Godzilla, Tokusatsu, and some other cool things reviewed and collected. But I have a lot of cool stuff, so check me out. And I'm only like 1 or 2 subscribers away from finally breaking 100. I don't like advertise or anything. So like if you guys could subscribe, that would mean a lot to me. So I could finally break 100 subscribers. That'd be really cool. And yeah, just at Married to Kaiju on YouTube. And I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. Thanks, man.
All right,
Appreciate
guys.
it.
Have a good night.
Sir,
I
yes,
know-
thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
And Nick, I know you have to take off as well, so go
Yes,
ahead.
I
And
saw it. I'm aware of things.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for inviting me and indulging me on talking some Jurassic Park. Getting into this is just fantastic. I've been looking forward to this ever since Adrian and I talked about it, and it was just like, yeah, I gotta talk some Jurassic Park. I gotta talk this because this is definitely something that was near and dear to my heart. Again, saw it as a kid, so one of the few that does remember that experience in the theaters. So it's a case that I was just like so glad to be on this panel and talk with you gentlemen. It's been great and fantastic, and definitely include me if we talk some Lost World or JP3 or Jurassic World, whatever. So I'd love to talk that kind of stuff and anything kaiju related. So my channel is the Monster Report on YouTube. Follow me on Facebook, Instagram, and on Twitter. It's all the Monster Report. Getting close to that 100,000 subscriber mark. So please support me with that, and I really appreciate it.
God, I'm not even there. Wow.
Well, it's because of the fans. It's the fans. It's not me. It's kaiju fans out there. Anything monster related, I talk about. Do everything from box day reviews, movie reviews, trailers, news, information, all kinds of cool stuff that's going on there. And obviously we do some live streams like this where I bring in great guests like you guys. And now that I've met a few more of you guys, I'm going to be messaging you, and I've subscribed to your channels, and I'm going to be having you on my channel too. And we'll talk some kaiju, just enjoying what we love, what we enjoy. So it's going to be a great time. So thank you again, and hope you guys have a great rest of the evening and great rest of next week and all that, and be safe out there, and we'll catch you on another episode. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
you, man.
Thank you for being here. You were an awesome guest. You were very intellectual. You were very engaged, and it was great having you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Take care, gentlemen.
Sayonara.
Take care, man. Okay, now you said something about a lightning round.
Okay, so lightning round, if we can or can't. I mean, good Lord, we only have all of one person commenting about this giveaway. So so far it's me who did it on accident, and then another person. So okay, the first question was, do you remember your first exposure to the film? Go.
Yes, with my dad in the theater. Next.
Crap.
Extra lightning in this lightning round. Woo.
Okay, do you have any original Kenner toys, or not Kenner? They were Mattel toys, or would you buy any of the newer collectibles?
I want the newer T-Rex that's behind Adam's shoulder, and yes, I have all the original Kenner toys. Or I have all the original Mattel toys. All the original.
You would
Mattel.
like that big bad Hammond collection Mamma Jamma.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would like that. And I would like the Raptor you're holding. So you can mail that to me at 145.
Oh, you mean the one that I box stayed as we were streaming? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want the regular release, the retail one, or the San Diego Comic-Con?
I'm sorry, I did not know there was a secondary thing. Hold the.
I want the fancy San Diego Comic-Con one because the paint looks a lot better.
Yeah, sure does. So
This is the
also,
regular
hang
retail.
on. Why is Gamora? What?
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 It was
Yes.
last year. They did. It was this, and it came with. So it's like nighttime. It's the breakout color scheme, kind of in the dark.
Oh, so he looks kind of like he has rain on him and he's darker.
Yeah. Got
She.
She's got these glossy spots, and it comes with.
No way. Hang on. There's more.
Wait a minute. Are you kidding? I bet I know what he's going to
Please tell me it comes with a goat. Yes. Tell me it comes with a goat. Yes.
No goat.
The light just like twitched. The toilet! Oh my god! What?
Oh no.
And you can eat them off the toilet.
Dude!
That's the best.
I don't want to derail
What
too much,
in
but
tarnation?
I think Star A's doing a kit with the toilet scene as well.
Oh, Star Ace. That's what it was. We were talking about that earlier.
Star Ace is doing one. Anyway, next question.
Okay. Would the film be as big today if it would have gone the original route of stop motion instead of CGI?
No, because kids today don't appreciate the beauty of stop motion animation.
No, they do not, because it doesn't have motion blur. That was something that they were going to originally implement into the new stop motion that they were going to do in the film, but they didn't do said thing. So, question number 4. A fan video game was supposedly about to be made, but Universal Studios put a cease and desist on said video game. It was going to be a survival horror game, meaning you had to do a survival horror scenario POV style with the raptors in the bunkers, with the T-Rex in the middle of the night with the rain, and trying to hey, if you freeze, it doesn't see you if you don't move. So Universal Studios put a cease and desist on said game. It was not going to make any money, but do you think that fans should be allowed to petition to have it made anyway?
Yes, and that's bullshit. Next question.
Who was the greater threat in the movie? Who is the greater dino threat? T-Rex or raptors?
Raptors, easy.
Because why?
Because raptors are faster, they're more intelligent, and they can get in more places that a T-Rex can't go.
6.
And according to the movie, which we also know this is bullshit, T-Rexes can't see you if you're not moving.
Can't see if you don't
we
move.
know which we know that's bullcrap. So raptors easy.
In your opinion, what is one of the most quotable lines from the film?
That's a great big pile of shit.
The man did his homework. I'll give him that.
Here's a stumper. Who was more responsible for the park incident? John Hammond?
Take that back.
Okay, go ahead. Shoot for it.
It's life finds a way. There we go.
We mentioned that earlier. Okay, here we go. Who was actually more responsible for the park incident? John Hammond for his negligence or Dennis Nedry for literally doing it?
John Hammond. We've already covered this.
All right. And all right. So we're back to the questions that you actually got to hop into things for. And overall, where do you rank the film? You already said so.
Okay. Boom.
The fastest lightning round in the history of lightning rounds and lightning rounds.
Oh, I don't need to do the questions on screen
It's
anymore.
because I don't have Marchand here weighing me down.
I'm not going to say you're right out loud because that would be tactless. But
he's not going to watch this later. I love Nathan, but he's not going to watch this later.
No,
wow. So, man, I kind of want to take myself out of the running because there's only 3 people that have officially put their comment hashtag JP4K. But I don't want me to be one of them. I don't want me to actually be the one that wins.
Can you run it a second time?
Monsters with the attitude to accidentally be the one that wins. So
well, you know what? I'm going to make an executive decision and say that Michael Hing, you get the 4K since you're the only one not associated with this podcast that actually.
Yeah, you pretty much are, Eric. You got your own damn money.
Mike, congratulations, Michael! Everyone, clap! Yay!
All right, yes, Michael's the sole winner. And yes, sir, if you'd like to privately message me on Facebook, I will add your address because I'll purchase it off Amazon and I will have it sent directly to your household. Okay. Now, Adam, you said you might have some interesting items to add to this.
I do. I don't know if we should do it all in one bundle or separate them.
Oh crap! Now
If
I gotta enter.
It's up to you, man. If you think like multiple little items as a bundle, or if you want to separate them out, it's whatever you'd like. And this is coming from the bro oh my god, the Jurassic Park man. This guy, you never know what you're gonna get with this guy.
Well, let's do it all as one bundle. It's a small little bundle.
One small little bundle, a bunch of multiple little items. Okay.
Yeah. So small things. So we've got one of the Jurassic Park bag clips. This is the egg.
Yes.
Monogram.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
So we've got the egg little clip there.
I love it.
And we've got a stack of original cards. I think there are 20, 30 cards in here. They've got a lot of like shots from the film. There's also a lot of like behind the scenes, great images. Some really neat things in here.
I muted my microphone. That didn't help. I said that's wild into a muted mic.
And because I'm Thirsty Thursday Toys, we've got a kawaii shot glass. That's where it's filmed.
I want that, but I'm not host, so I can't do it.
And just for fun, a couple of cups to put on your dashboard.
Oh man, those are like the classic cups.
I'm gonna leave the stream and not be a host so I can go and enter the content.
Yeah, sure you are.
Is that okay?
Well,
So,
Mike,
Cards.
what do you want the hashtag to be? Hashtag what?
Hashtag
triple T.
Go ahead.
TTT.
Hashtag TTT. There we go.
Hashtag TTT. Now, I'm kind of confused about the way this works. Does it show up on screen so everybody knows it, or do I need to...
Michael, stop.
You incompetent, just SOB. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Adam, I would actually, show off more Jurassic Park stuff in the meantime, because
More Jurassic.
I don't know if you've showcased everything behind you as we've been talking and having a good time, but I'm sure you could implement some great stuff in the chat while if you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah. So I got this, and I actually haven't taken it out of the box. I've had this for a few weeks now. I was trying to figure out what drink to make with it so I could use it for the channel, but I might just not and just. So this was another San Diego Comic-Con thing. This was 2 years ago, and I'm like, oh, I'll order it later, and then had to find it at a collector shop. But you've got the opens up this way.
Oh.
This is the bunker.
No, that's crazy. You're out of your mind. He's absolutely out of his mind.
Got lights and sounds.
Oh, I love that so much.
I bought it. Okay, so it comes with a little Raptor. The pose does nothing for me. I like the upright ones and not these weird crouching ones. It's got Mr. Arnold. Let me see if I can get him out here. And supposedly, oh my god. Okay.
No way.
So
Please tell me the arm comes off.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's bloody and everything.
Yes.
God.
Oh
Okay, yeah.
God!
That's worth it. And it pops right back on. That's amazing. And it's still like articulated. But like the number one reason I got it is for this plastic light up.
Wow. It's
Push-
got all
Oh,
the-
that's light up. No.
Hold on to your butts.
Oh my God!
it's perfect.
White rabbit object. Whatever it did it all. But with the key checks off, the computer didn't file the keystroke. So the only way to find them now is to go through the computer's lines of code one by one.
You're fucking kidding.
That's
Nedry,
That's-
son of a bitch.
let me cut this guy out of here. I'm devaluing my toys by playing with them.
How dare you?
How dare you play with your toys?
I think
All
I
right,
take
so-
everything out of the
I
box.
thought maybe it'd be appropriate if I actually left a banner on screen with the hashtag. I don't know.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
do
know.
it. Okay, so here's the raptor.
It's not as good as the Amber Collection Raptor.
It's not. We're not even the Hammond.
This is not even a competition. Like that's it's not even fair.
Dude, I love this thing. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I mean, when I was trying to research like a relatively
My God.
cheap version of a figure that wasn't going to blow up my bank account of like something I think would be really cool. I didn't even know that thing existed. The Amber, like, wait, why are there multiple different collections? There's the Hammond, there's the Amber. Is there something else I don't know about? Is there the Sadler collection? I mean,
okay, so
is there the Lex collection? I mean,
The
is there
collection?
this is the big
The
pile of shit.
collection.
Yes.
Collection.
Do you have the mainline stuff,
Hey,
which is supposed to scale with what 3.75-inch humans?
something like that.
Then you had the Amber collection, which was like the collector focused line, which scaled with 6-inch humans. So it's bigger, better articulation, better sculpts and stuff. But then that line just kind of stopped. And then we got the Hammond collection, which is the smaller. It's trying to be the same thing. It's still collector oriented. The sculpts aren't as good as the Amber ones, I think, at least for like. The
Wait,
Raptors
is
and stuff.
that Hammond?
This is the Hammond Raptor.
That's
So
Hammond.
you've got-
Yeah, the Amber is
The
what I
Amber.
got from you, and
I lost the wrap. Oh no, here it is. Yeah. So here's the Amber. And here's the Hammond.
Oh, it's big.
So I think the
Good.
Amber so much better. It has those they can't move.
articulated toes.
Yeah, they can't move on the Hammond.
Oh, here's some good-looking toes.
And like the feet are way bigger proportionately here than here. I don't know. I love the Amber so much more. But space wise, and I think one of my theories is that the T-Rex is what killed the Amber line, because I think they realized in order to make a T-Rex that would scale with this, it would have to
It'd have to be
be
huge.
yeah, like the
It'd have to
super
be-
colossal.
It would have to be like 30, 35 centimeters.
Yeah. So I think they're like, let's cut the line here, shrink it back down to the main line size, and then we can produce everything.
Makes sense.
Adrian brought up a really good point.
Yeah. He just commented to me too.
Since it is so late, and
it
you know,
seems like we
people-
have a very limited audience for what's going on right now.
Let's
maybe-
I tell you what. We'll honor Mike. We'll honor the giveaway for the DVD, but for everything else, let's actually post it in the group. Give it 24 hours, and then that's how we'll do it. That's how we'll do a special little stream and giveaway thing on StreamYard, and we'll do it that way. How about that, Samson?
Cool. I do have my own personal stream tomorrow because it is my actual birthday and / Jurassic Park stream. And I'm doing like basically an all day stream, but I can take a break from that because it's like, I mean, come on. Should I showcase the other item just to amp people up, or
Let's,
should I?
let's show it off.
Do
Yeah,
it.
let's show it off.
Well, just to get people excited, something that I went out and bought because I want to get back to y'all. Y'all have been awesome. Y'all, hang on. Let me get rid of this stupid banner that actually shouldn't exist. I want to get back to y'all for being so awesome and participating in like loving our streams. And I decided what better way to honor the OG Jurassic Park than with one of the greatest giveaways or one of the greatest items that isn't like 800 and something bucks. So I went out and snagged this as a giveaway
Don't
item.
besmirch my Iron Studios stuff. How dare you?
Oh, hang on. You know, my microphone is kind of in the way. So y'all could enter to win a pretty BA figure. That's right. We're talking the original, the the Hammond collection Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is an item that I would like to give away to some lucky fan out there.
Mhm.
This is the one that Adam himself was hovering over his shoulder, that Michael himself was drooling over, and he doesn't get a chance to enter to win because he's a host. So that's how this works.
I wasn't the host for the whole show. Wasn't the host for the whole show.
Look at it. Oh my God, look at it. Articulation.
That's pretty good. I might have to go on
It
Amazon.
has the best articulation. It's about as accurate. Oh my God, it's eating a Gallimimus.
Might have to go to Target tomorrow and buy one of my own.
I got my. I crud you not. I got that from Best Buy.
Oh
Wow.
Random.
They had 2 of them at Best Buy for $52.
That's about what they are on Amazon.
How much are they?
Anyway, they're on
like
52
55 on Target.
They're $52 on Amazon.
Oh, well, Best Buy, 52.
Amazing. I want
You don't
one.
have to pay for shipping. You just go get it. So that is the item that I purchased in order for you guys out there to have in your homes. That I kind of wanted to give back something that's not just a cheapo piece of like, hey, look at this tiny thing that here's a Hot Wheel of the original Jeep. No, I wanted to give you guys something cool.
So, Adam, just for clarity's sake, we're giving all of this stuff away, including the Rexy, we're giving your stuff away. Yes.
Well, I'm giving this away.
Okay. But okay, that's fine.
Oh, you're talking about this one?
Oh, I'm talking about that one. So we're giving that away as well. You showed it on camera.
Not this exact copy.
The look of a man who's losing control of the screen.
You can't blame a girl
Michael's
for trying.
so desperate. He's so desperate. It's like a fat girl in a bar. Oh my God.
Wow.
Michael, buy
Wow.
me some drinks and we'll talk.
Canceled.
Wow.
Adam, don't worry. We'll be at J-Fest together. I'll get you good and liquored up, and then we'll make a deal.
And then make it all your Rex. Yeah, that's how I got this out of him.
Oh no,
That's
I'm
what
not
I
coming.
did.
I'm not coming after the Rex if I'm getting it.
That's what I did. I liquored Adam up. No, dude. God, man.
No, that was all on my own.
I know. It's one of the coolest things that I have. And I'm like, dude, if I could, I'm super tempted. The Prime One Studios Jurassic Park Raptor, especially the bonus version with the open mouth, it's tempting. It's very tempting. All right, so everybody's not wrong. So because of how late it is and the fact that it doesn't seem we have like the biggest audience as we started out with, the giveaway is going to be put on hold until tomorrow. But this was so awesome. This was such a great time. So many awesome folks in here, so many respectful opinions, even if they were wrong. And what a great time talking about a movie 65 million years in the making. This film still holds up as well today as it did 30 years ago, and I'm so happy to have celebrated it with so many folks that have such a similar interest with this film. It was such a great time. And wow, 8 to 12. Yeah, we've been having a good time for a little bit. We've been having too long time.
Just a bit. Yeah.
I forget. Do we have an outro to our videos, or do we just pretty much do our thing where
we need to do shameless plugs first, but
no. That I know things, Michael. Thank you.
I'm just trying to help you, buddy. I'm just trying to help you.
I know. I love you too, but shut up.
I love you too, Samson, but
Mommy, Daddy, please stop fighting.
Speed things up. Come on, let's go.
All right, so anyway, let's go on to the man on my left. So anyway, let's do the shameless plug. The man, the myth, him, legend, him, drinkification guy. Here we go, Adam.
Nailed it. Perfect.
YouTube.com/Thirsty Thursday Toys. If you're into cocktails or just seeing dinosaurs and kaiju and stuff get turned into drinks or drinks that match them or match the movies or the characters or whatever, I do that. Actually, I'm working on I had hoped to get this up by midnight, but that's not going to happen. I have like hours of editing to go, but I'm doing a review of the Hammond Collection Rex. So if you're doing the giveaway and want to see exactly what the figure's like, check out that review. And I'm going to have a drink to go with it. It might not get put up by the time you're watching this video, but within the next week, it should be there and live. And go check it out. And tossing it over to who's next? I don't see.
Hey, Demana.
Oh, it's me.
Hey, there he is.
Cool.
Daniel, we got Daniel here. Nobody cares.
Nobody.
The best Nedry impression I've ever heard.
I'm sorry. I can't do it right.
Oh man. So for all of your Nedry impersonation needs, I can't recommend not following the GNP enough. Don't follow it. It's not worth following if you like Dennis Nedry. But if on the other hand you like the Godzilla movies a lot, and the idea of reading them in prose novel form sounds cool to you, and also the idea of not paying for them, which is also neat. My jam is the Godzilla novelization project, where I am currently adapting all of the Godzilla films into full-length novels and short stories. And yeah, it's been a fun time. I've got a new story in the works right now. I'm hoping to have it done before G-Fest. I can't say anything more about it at the moment, but I'm hoping it'll be done and I'll be able to promote it a little bit at G-Fest. But if that sounds like
the deets, spill the deets.
No, I can't.
Spill the deets. Beans.
It's a short story. It's about it is a third person exploration of a traumatic event that happened for one specific character in one of the movies. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, fair enough.
The idea is that you're supposed to read the story and you're not really supposed to know who it is, which character it is, until you get farther through the story, and then you're like, oh, it's supposed to be that person. So I can't say. I'm not even going to say what movie it is. So it'll be it's supposed to kind of drag you along, and then you're supposed to figure it out. Hope if I do a good job, fingers crossed. But if reading the Godzilla movies as books sounds cool, head to GodzillaNovelizationProject.com. Follow me along on Twitter, follow me on Facebook, send me emails, root for me, send me feedback, send me reviews, accuse me of ruining your childhood. I am open to any and all feedback. Do be gentle on that last one though, because I bruise easily. I'm a tender soul, but if you really like what you read, you can throw me a couple bucks on Patreon. You can give me as little as $1 a month, as much as 10. To help me get research material from Japan because it's expensive. And in addition to all that, I regularly write and edit for Kaiju Ramen Magazine and Kaiju Ramen Media. I've been published in. I've been all. I mean, this is news to Michael. He doesn't really. This is the first time we've met. I usually communicate with Kaiju Ramen through a thick wall of lawyers. So this is the first time Michael and I have been. We probably shouldn't let our people know we've talked.
I heard he sucks.
Oh,
No, it'd be a bad idea.
okay. That's about it for me. That's about it. Go for it, Michael.
KaijuRamaMedia.com for all things Kaiju Tokusatsu related. Power Trip for Power Rangers and Super Sentai. As far as Kaiju Ramen Media goes, we issue 9. Our physical copies of issue 9 just arrived, so we'll be throwing those up on the website this week. So stay tuned for that. Pre-orders are already starting to ship out. So if you were one of the ones that pre-ordered issue 9, our Kong-tastic issue, going through the history of the 8th wonder of the world, then yours should be showing up very soon, and then we'll have copies that we have left over on the website this week, like I said. But this was a pleasure. Thank you, Samson, for putting up with my madness and letting me crash the stream. Love Jurassic Park. Love you guys. So yeah, Samson, go ahead and close us out.
Okay, folks, this was an absolute pleasure. I had such a great time having a lively conversation about a film that I have a lot of respect for, and yeah, this was great. So my shameless plug is going to be that yes, so tonight we talked all about Jurassic Park and we honored it, we celebrated it, we had a good time with it, but this is my Twitch name, Samzilla Streams, because that's the closest thing to my name that I can come up with. Tomorrow on my Twitch channel, I'm going to be doing a quote-unquote happy birthday / 30th celebration stream all about Jurassic Park / Jurassic me, and having a good time playing games, community games where I play games with other folks, where I play dinosaur games, and eventually at the end of the night, we are absolutely doing a 30th anniversary stream of the film itself in full 4K. And don't tell anybody that I do these things live because it's not technically illegal, but I do delete it after every single stream. But hey, we had so much fun tonight. All these awesome guests. We had Adam, Michael that showed up at the last second, and Daddy Boy, the lives are calling. And I think that is about all she wrote. So again, tomorrow we will be doing more involving the giveaway, since it got so late into the evening tonight to do it because not many folks are watching, and we will do more of that tomorrow. And with
Technically is
said,
tomorrow, so
it's true. West Coast.
Technically, West Coast.
Hours.
West Coast.
Yeah.
All right. This was so much fun, from the Monsters with Attitude crew and the special guests that we got included tonight. This was a lot of fun, and we'll see you on the next stream. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time, and sayonara.
May life find a way for all of you.
As if you did that.
May you never step in a big pile of shit.
Anybody else? Anybody else want to say? Oh, okay.
That's
Let's just cut it. It's enough.
There it is.